All right, and we're live. So today we're gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, also known as the Shell Part 2, Purgatorio. So, but first, before we get into the recap from yesterday, pretty neat intro screen, huh? Yeah, that's a thing I did ordered on a Fiverr recently, and I really like it. I guess that's really all I can say about it. It's been inspired by my trip to Tokushima that I did while I was still in Japan. And yeah, what can I say? Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, anyways, that being said, let's just get right into the recap. I did this time make a couple of notes just in case I forget about stuff again, because there's been a lot, of course, that we haven't that we have to touch upon from yesterday's session. We started off with Masaki's investigation into the Blessed Congregation. So first of all, he met up with Toji, and she told him that the Congregation of the Blessed, so the very first organization that was kickstarted by Michio Shigusa, that they ran an orphanage called the White Lily Garden, and once Senri took over, it was kind of ignored, and then later on, during the Blessed Congregation time, it was closed. But instead, the Blessed Congregation built this nursery, the New Leaf Garden, in which Fuyumi works now. Apparently, there was a group suicide in the orphanage before it closed around about 1952. And so afterwards, Masaki went to visit Fuyumi to talk with her about that. And she told him that she isn't directly a believer of the Blessed Congregation, but she's very indebted to them, most likely because of Yukiko, right? And she informed him of the where the White Lily Garden used to be located, or at least a rough location is what he received from her. And yeah, so he went there and visited it, and in the White Lily Garden, he actually found Naori's name tag in the drawer, and which is why he went to question him later. However, first, he did go to something else happened. Kyoko got hospitalized. Now, if we remember back, there was this incident at her bar where she had loan sharks that wanted to get money off her. And yeah, as a result of that, or, well, actually, it's not entirely clear what that was a result of, that she got stabbed, but it doesn't actually seem to be them, because a tool was used that was sort of a blunt, and yeah, so we don't really know what this is all about. But Reiji reckons that if it had been the loan sharks, they probably would have used something else. Well, yeah. With that said, she was hospitalized, and she didn't want Reiji to know about it. Yeah, and while Reiji went to the hospital to visit Kyoko, Fuyumi showed up as well, and she told Reiji that she recommended a financing company blessed to the connected to the Blessed Congregation, and yeah, Reiji then instructed Toji to look into it, and yeah, next major event was probably that Yukiko was taken by the Blessed Congregation. They collected her at school, and Kohane and Yukari saw the whole thing. And Kohane, because she had previously had contact with the organization, she recognized one of the people as Naori Kuroya, our good old friend. Yeah, so she and Kohane went to Reiji's office because Yukari remembered there was a search request for this Kuroya guy. And there they met Masaki, and he basically took them to the Blessed Congregation HQ, or specifically only Yukari, and so she could ask about Yukiko, while he made further inquiries into the group suicide and the name tag that was found in the orphanage. And yeah, Naori basically said about that he wanted to start saving children because of this particular name tag or the event that was found. Or he witnessed it, I guess. And he wouldn't let Yukari see Yukiko. He also told Masaki that he might find records of the group suicide at the Metropolitan Police Department. Yeah. We then had our next murder case. Specifically, Oribe, the leader of the Blessed Congregation, was taken out. And yeah, and in that time, Reiji and Toji went together to their HQ to visit Utsugi after Toji told Reiji about what she found out about the financing firm. And yeah, they noticed a commotion at the HQ, and then they find out from someone, from a local in the area, that Oribe was apparently murdered. And even though the Blessed Congregation wanted to keep it a secret. Yeah, at the MPD, Yaginuma, of course, wouldn't give the files about the incident to Masaki because he didn't see a direct connection to the current case. Yeah, but at that very moment, Reiji and Toji come back from the HQ, and after not being able to meet with Keigo, that is, so they tell Yaginuma about what they witnessed instead, the murder. He didn't know about it, so apparently no report was sent to the police about this, and they sent someone to check on the entire operation there. And while waiting for them to call back, the police officers that they sent there, Reiji and Masaki see the files after all. After Reiji basically tells Yaginuma that Yukiko joined them recently and she used to live at that orphanage. So he doesn't only see Yukiko's name in those files of the incident, but also Michiru and Kohane Yoshino, which he then assumes is probably the daughter of Midori Yoshino, who was on the bridal candidate list of of Shizuru Hinagami. Or yeah, and then this basically he sends Masaki and Toji out to investigate at the HQ again in person. And they then later manage to actually speak to Utsugi, but when they confront him about these murder accusations, he just really denies it. But he does show a visible reaction, so it's probably likely that something like that happened. And yeah, there's more. So Reiji then looked into Michiru a bit closer, who also stayed at that orphanage, and she tells him that she saw something that she didn't want to see, and which is why she also gouged her left eye out. And but apparently she was hospitalized before that group suicide happened, and she also developed her mental illness and self-harming tendencies in that orphanage. Doesn't necessarily It's not necessarily in a recommendation for that place, I'd say, but yeah. So later on, Reiji asked Fumiya to see her file, and apparently she was on psychotropics from, I think, Hinagami Pharmaceuticals as well. And they discussed the possibility of her behavior and a group suicide being the result of illegal clinical trials with that drug. Because apparently Utsugi is also a shareholder of the pharmaceutical company, and he was already involved with the orphanage during the time of the Congregation of the Blessed. So naturally, they did look into Utsugi a little bit more, because he seemed like the person who would most benefit from murdering Uribe. And apparently he used to frequent Hitogata, so Toji and Masaki go to see Nanako since she and Chizuru are the only two people in Tokyo that could know about that. Nanako claims she doesn't know him at all, even though she says it in like an unbelievable way, I guess you could say, because she did react shocked to seeing the photo of him. And yeah, Masaki then later goes to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals with Reiji and discusses it with Chizuru. And Chizuru tells him that he was interested in the festival and that he always stayed with Mr. Sawashiro, so Nanako's father, which of course contradicts what Nanako said earlier. And while he was there, Reiji casually drops the hint that the daughter of the Midori Yoshino person on the list was identified, which was meant to be a trap that he's setting up for the actual culprit, because he hopes it gets leaked and the culprit then goes after Sato, who's supposed to take on the role of that candidate there. So yeah, he drags Ayumu Sato into this whole thing, and yeah, after he learns about Kohane's real identity, yeah, he also went briefly to their residence, Kohane's residence, that is, to investigate her whole background, but he didn't really find out all that much. Only that her parents are bedridden, and they apparently do not have any connection to the blessed congregation. Yeah, and is there anything else that I missed? Yeah, okay, I guess not much. Oh yeah, there was like one little extra tidbit of information about, the other thing, the whole Katsuragi Shin thingy-majig. And Katsuragi Shin had apparently sent an outline of the Sheep of Purgatorio to the previous people that he was publishing under before the events of Karen no Shoujo 1. So, yeah, I don't know what the relevance of that is specifically, but that's supposedly a thing we should keep in mind. Oh yeah, and also Kohane wanted to send a secret message to Yukiko through one of those acrostic poems that they always did when they were younger. I haven't been able to figure out the actual message of that yet. I looked into it, but it just seemed like mumbo jumbo, so I don't know. Maybe it didn't translate well, or I'm just too dumb to see it. But yeah, anyways, that's the long and short of it. It took a while to get to that point, but now we can actually continue. But first, let's get some sound as well. Masaki returned to Shinjuku Station. Reiji had transferred onto the Chuo line and gone on ahead. Meanwhile, Masaki had been filled in on the basics of the plan by Reiji and tasked with taking Kohane Tori into protective custody. He never would have expected her to be one of his bridal candidates when they met on New Year's Eve. Honestly, he couldn't see what connected them, and not for a lack of contemplation on his part either. He hadn't the slightest idea why Chizuru had put Kohane's mother on that list. Still, he did know that she could be the killer's next victim if they didn't keep her safe. However, that would be difficult for Masaki to accomplish on his own. Hence why Reiji had told him to wait at the station for help that would soon be on the way. Eventually, Masaki spotted a familiar mop of silver hair amidst the swarm exiting the station. Kept you waiting, huh?
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, not at all. Anyway, where's the girl? Right. She lives in Kugayama on the Inokashira line. Unless Reiji had been messing with him. Of course, not that he would at a time like this. Should have rendezvoused in Kichijoji then. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get there from Shinjuku. Let's take the Keiō line and switch at Meidai Mayo. Something like that, yeah. It's not any less of a pain to get to the western entrance from here. Surely a little stroll won't kill you. Don't know about that, Chief. Although she of all people should be fit, right? I reckon. Masaki and Toji took a short walk from Kugayama Station to the Tori residence. So this is the place, huh? Looks like they're out, though. The lights were off, even though practically all the neighbors had theirs on at this hour. Door's not locked. Toji raised an eyebrow after she jiggled the doorknob. Hey, this is breaking and entering, you know. However, Toji was already poking her head through the doorway, leaving Masaki's efforts to stop her in vain. Strange. True, people usually don't leave without locking up in this day, and oh shit. Has the killer already made their move? Take it easy, that's not what I meant. Toji sighed and opened the door. There are no women's shoes here, so the girl must be out. But that's not the real issue. Look, see how the clogs and sandals here are all dusty? Yeah, that's also one thing that Reiji already noticed when he visited there. Toji pointed to the shoes in the entryway. It's been a while since someone last wore them. If ever, hasn't it? That's why it's so weird. The whole house feels empty, even though it's all but certain that the masters of the house haven't left. So Tokisaka told me that her parents are supposedly bedridden. Still, that doesn't explain why there are no signs of life. I'm going in. Hey, hold on, you can't just... Fortunately, Toji was already inside before Masaki could even finish. Reluctantly, he followed suit, knowing it looked sketchy just lurking outside the front door. Knew it. There's no one here. Toji came back after doing a sweep at the place. Not even her parents. No, there weren't any futons out for them either. This room's the only one not drowning in dust. Must be the one place used on a regular basis. What in the world could all this mean? Hell if I know. What's this Kohane Tori like? Well, she's a bit of an oddball, but... I don't know if she would be into something sketchy, so... Just your average girl, mostly. We may not have crossed paths very often, but she always came off as the peppy type. So she lied about her parents, then. I wonder. She never struck me as a liar, and I can't envision her as one either. In any case, where could her parents be? Masaki scanned the hallway outside the room. Footprints here and there littered the dark, dust-caked floorboards. We have to be careful not to leave any ourselves. The real question is how long they've been gone. Toji's comment brought Masaki's attention back to her. Those clogs and sandals are for summer, so it can't have been only a few days. The fact that those are still around means they haven't left the house, right? Though that didn't rule out the possibility that they'd simply put on another pair, of course. Someone may have taken the both of them, but why wouldn't the girl say something in that case? Good point. Good question. Perhaps Yukari knows something. Let's pay her a visit. Can't just waste a whole day speculating. I'm with you there. Yukari's probably just gonna get worried about that again, right? But rightfully so, I assume. The pair of would-be bodyguards went to Nishio-Gikubo, then took a bus to the Tokisaka residence. Masaki rang the doorbell. Oh, Mr. Masaki, Miss Aoki. Yukari opened the door, clad in a kimono. My brother just left with Sato if you're looking for him. Actually, no, we're here to talk with you. Oh, then please, come on in. It was Masaki's first time over without Reiji around. Take it the two of you are in a hurry, yes? Yukari must have surmised as much from the look on Masaki's face. Could say that. We're hoping to ask you about Kohane Tori, your friend. Kohane? A shroud of gloom tinged Yukari's countenance. Has she ever discussed her parents with you? No, I know she used to live in an orphanage, but she's never said anything about her birth or foster parents. Yukari shook her head. Have you ever been to her house? No, Kohane isn't in trouble or danger, is she? I'm afraid I'm not allowed to say anything yet. Ask your brother if you're curious. I ask because I know he'll never talk. All the more reason I can't tell you then. Toshi shook her head. But I know he's up to something risky, and I can't just sit back and watch if that has something to do with Kohane. I know how you feel, believe me, but I don't want to be the only one left in the dark about what's going on with my friend. Yukari hung her head, shoulders shivering like mad. Ooh, okay. I wonder. I feel like she does deserve to know, but I don't know. Is that the right thing to do for the ending that we want? I wonder. Well, I guess we'll just do a quick save. I'm gonna tell her. Let's give that a shot. Alright then. It's possible someone is out to kill Tori. Masaki. Masaki held his hand out to stop Toji and continued. But let me emphasize that it's simply a possibility. We might be worrying over nothing. Why would someone want to kill Kohane though? I'm sorry, that I can't say. Couldn't very well tell her it was because Kohane was one of his bridal candidates. I don't know, you're spilling important details of the mission, but that part you can't say. You know. Kari sighed. So, do you have any idea where she'd be besides home? We're looking for her right now. Oh, I'm afraid not. She wouldn't be at school though, since it's a Sunday. It's a shame. Any other day, her being out and about wouldn't be a problem. But it's a different story right now. Kohane probably didn't know she was in danger after all. But likewise, the culprit shouldn't have known her identity, at least not yet. However, it was only a matter of time now that Reiji had sown the seeds. Maybe this has something to do with why Kohane has been acting strange recently. What do you mean? Well, she's been thinking about Yukiko and her brother all the time these days. Kayahara has a brother? Yes, his name is Yukio, though Yukiko apparently doesn't remember him. Kohane keeps talking about how she wants to see him. Yukio. I think I saw that name on the roster. When Masaki heard roster, the list of orphans from the White Lily Garden that Reiji and Toji had looked over at the MPD came to mind. Though he hadn't seen it himself. Well, if she doesn't remember, perhaps Tori went to ask Kayahara instead. Yukiko's mother, I mean. Sounds as good a theory as any. Know where she'd be? Yes. Please take me with you. Yukari spoke up when the pair rose to leave. Yukari. Masaki glanced at Toji. If you want to talk to your friend, it's best you do so now before things get too dangerous. In other words, before the killer figured out Kohane was the last candidate. But But you have to promise you'll stick to me like glue. I can't shield you if you go running off on your own. Alright, I promise. Yukari nodded. Oh, also, you should really get changed first. It'd be hard to move around in that thing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I reckon. These things are not made for athletics. It was dark and had begun snowing by the time they reached the Kayahara's apartment complex in Musashi Sakai. It's like no one's home. Toji stepped away from the door to the Kayahara residence. Now we have no way of knowing if Kohane Tori's been here. Perhaps she's at the nursery. But our goal is simply to find Kohane Tori, not her. Still, I guess we've got no better leads. Why not ask the police for help? How risk it? A wide-scale search could tip the killer off. Besides, no, on second thought, never mind. Masaki figured she'd held her tongue because of the mysterious circumstances surrounding Kohane's parents. So because the police might suspect her of doing something shady. Like I did earlier. What if you split up and search for her? No, that we should stick together. That'll make it easier for us in a whole lot of ways if things go south. Alright, I trust your judgment. Then let's check out the nursery. They hailed a cab and zoomed on over to the new leaf garden in Kohane. The nursery's lights were still on. Are you there, Miss Kayahara? They entered to find Fuyumi and Nanako sitting across from each other at a small table. The pair looked positively exhausted as they turned to Masaki. Oh, what brings you here? Fuyumi cocked her head. Has Kohane been around? Yukari asked right before Masaki could. No, not today, but she visited my apartment and gave me a letter yesterday. What letter? It was for Yukiko. She wanted me to get it to her today, so I asked Nanako to deliver it. Can't say if it actually made it to her, though. Nanako hung her head, her voice forlorn. Don't beat yourself up over it. That's not on you. You know what the letter said? Toji's eyes shifted to Fuyumi. Some kind of poem, I think. I didn't really understand it, but it started with Son of Man's Final Day. Could you write down as much of it as you can remember? Don't push yourself if you don't recall much, though. Sure. Fuyumi grabbed the pencil and paper. Son of Man's Final Day, nigh is the, moment? No, maybe it was hour. Fuyumi tapped her pencil against the paper over and over again. Why would Tori send Kayahara a poem? Beats me, I can only imagine she was trying to tell her something. Done, I think this is it. Fuyumi set down her pencil. Son of Man's final day, nigh is the hour which his soul takes flight, clashed to tether his life at an impasse, rue the moment in which we see death loom. So I already said yesterday, it's probably something to do with the capital letters, but that does not spell out a word in and of itself. S, N, C, R, and D. So I don't know what exactly that means, but don't fully trust my memory, just so you know. What in the world could this mean? Doesn't make much sense as a message. Perhaps it's a code? Told you studied the poem. Sounds pretty grim, that's for sure. There's a lot of emphasis on time too. What could it mean? Since Tori wanted to get it to Yukiko today, perhaps it's scheduling a time for a rendezvous. Oh, okay. Clash to tether his life at an impasse? Maybe a hospital from the sounds of it? Don't know, that seems a bit too obvious for code. Must be some kind of cipher only the two of them would understand. It's an acrostic poem. Sure, as I said, but still can't make any sense of it. Yukari's eyes widened slightly after poring over the poem for a bit. That's right, it's all coming back to me now. Kohane said she and Yukiko used to come up with those all the time when they were little. Oh, now that you mentioned it, she talked about how one of Edgar Allan Poe's poems was one of those too, didn't she? Yes, so I believe this poem must have a secret message in it. Everyone looked back at the poem and reread it. Son, Nai, Kla, Ru. Beginnings don't form anything. Oh, it's like syllables or something? Neither do the endings. Are we sure this is the correct poem? I'm sorry, but I don't know if I remember it right. Yumi's face fell. What if we put the two together? I see, so the location it indicates would be... Wait a second. The two together... Son... Endings. Let me have a look. Sunday. Oh, okay, Sunday. Night. Sunday night. Class. Room. Sunday night classroom. Okay. So we gotta go to Uber Girls Academy. Oh, okay. I never thought about the fact that we have to combine both. But smart. I tried solving it on my own yesterday for a bit, but I did not consider that possibility to use both, of course. Alright, anyways. Uber Girls it is. Yukiko stood by the window, looking to the skies. Kind of surprised, to be honest, that they even, that she even managed to get out of that place. But, you know. Yukiko stood by the window, looking to the skies. It was snowing. Her breath came out as white puffs in the cold, desolate classroom. She'd snuck out of the Blessed Congregation's headquarters just to get there. It was the only place that came to mind once she'd read that unsealed letter that had been delivered to her. Not even Yukiko knew how she'd understood its message. However, something told her she had to get to this place as soon as possible. Though she had no idea why. She was simply scared something was going to happen here. Something far more terrifying than being taken to the Blessed Congregation. Vertigo struck her, forcing her to press her hand against the window. She had gaps in the memory from time to time for many years now. And ever since she'd started taking that medicine, she'd begun having dreams of what appeared to be those missing memories. She did terrible things in all of them. Yukiko stared at her hands. They were drenched in sin, just as they had been ever since that day. Yukiko instinctively ducked when she heard the classroom door open. If it was a security guard, they'd throw her out. And that was something she wished to avoid at all costs. Oh good, so you really did show, Yukiko. Isn't that? Kohane? Yukiko raised her head. It's been ages since you last used my name, hasn't it? Oh, yes. Not even Yukiko knew why she'd just done that. But it felt natural, like she had indeed called Kohane as such long ago. Yukiko couldn't even tell whether she didn't remember anything at all or was slowly recalling those lost memories piece by piece. Must have figured out what that poem meant, since you're here and all, huh? Kohane walked up to Yukiko, stopping behind her. Sunday night, classroom. Yukiko voiced the words that had suddenly come to mind. Yes, it's a piece of cake if you put the beginnings and endings of the stanzas together. In hindsight, though, I kinda wish I'd made it more specific. Kohane's reflection flashed a hint of a grin. But hey, the fact that you figured it out means you must remember much more now, right? I don't know about that. Huh? Such as deciphering acrostic poems, calling me Kohane. Wait, Kohane, I still don't... Or how we'd all have snacks together, yeah? Kohane kept going on and on, ignoring Yukiko's growing bewilderment. It was always candy, remember? They said it was a reward for putting up with all those vaccine shots they gave us. Sure, vaccine shots. Is that right? Yukiko did recall getting shots. She nearly burst out crying from the shock of being pricked with a needle rather than the actual pain, only for someone to comfort her every time. But who? Who was it? You remember? Kohane took a step forward and scrutinized Yukiko's countenance. Don't know. Yukiko could do nothing but shake her head. I don't know, but it does sound familiar. Was Kohane the one who used to calm me down? No, not her. The one who used to run their fingers through my hair was... Yukiko. Kohane gripped Yukiko's shoulders. Yes. Please, let me see Yukio. Yukio? Yukiko had never heard that name before, not so far as she could remember anyway. He's your big brother, how can you not remember him? Don't know what to tell you. If she didn't remember, then that was it, end of story. But wait. If I really did have a brother, then what could have possibly happened to make me forget someone like that? Why won't you let me see him? Kohane's nails started sinking through Yukiko's clothes. Kohane, I don't know who you're talking about. Yukiko kept shaking her head over and over. Give me that. You know, you've gotta know. Do you really hate the idea of me taking Yukio from you that badly? Kohane's hand slowly slithered up to Yukiko's neck. Stop! Don't do this, Kohane! Yukiko tried to pull Kohane's hands off her neck, but her body refused to listen to her, almost as if she was in another one of those dreams. A vision from her dreams abruptly superposed with the reality before her. The one who was strangled back then was... Yukiko started to black out when suddenly she heard the classroom door open. Oh, we just came in time then, hopefully. The girl left the house and popped up her coat's collar before strolling off. That warm layer of protection left the hem of her cream-colored skirt barely visible. She headed for the station, never once looking back. A safe distance behind the girl and a slow gait were adopted so as not to alert her. There was no one else in the perimeter, not even any cars rushed by. It wouldn't be long before the girl reached the road by the river. Said area was dense with trees and far enough from civilization. That'll be my chance. All of a sudden the girl stopped. Damn! Ayumu being a badass. Holy shit. You really did show up. I can't believe this worked out so well. Ayumu tore off the mask, covering her face, squared off against her attacker. Gasp. The assailant raised their dirk. Please, just give up. Ayumu brandished her tonfa at her attacker. She parried the assailant's thrust, wasting her energy. Admit it. The attacker spun on their heels. I rushed out and blocked their sole avenue of escape. Not so fast. What do you say you just throw in the towel? I gave the black robe assailant a once-over. They still had a dirk clasped firmly in their grasp. I, on the other end, was totally unarmed, completely helpless against an attack. Well, maybe should have thought that through. Thus, I cautiously calculated the distance between us as I cornered the attacker. So that was all a trap. I heard a woman's voice muffled by the demonic mask. Yeah, and you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Drop your weapon. Ayumu approached the assailant and thrust out her tonfa. The dirk fell to the ground. Its wooden handle was caked in dried blood. Can't believe I took the bait so easily. She reached for the back of her head and removed the mask with slender fingers. And here, I can't believe you didn't waste a second jumping for it, Karen Hinagami. Well, would you look at that? The murderer all along was a friggin' Karen. Who would have saw, huh? Damn, okay. But we still know there's gotta be a little bit more to it. Because we, like, another pass opened up there. You know, it's this whole Yukiko and Kohane business. And the Blessed Congregation. There's gotta be a little bit more. Only because I had to. She's not the actual candidate, is she? Karen glanced at Ayumu, who was still holding her at tonfa point. Nope, just a talented assistant of mine. I see. I suppose my fate was sealed from the very beginning then. To be fair, I did do my homework. Figured from all the other murderers that your first move would be to drug the target into paralysis. However, I anticipated Ayumu could handle that with little trouble. That said, you bashed Meguri Takamiya over with the head with a clock instead. But it was obviously a different story there. Who needs drugs when you're up against an old friend who is total facing you, right? Tell me, why resort to a stunt like this? Karen ignored me and fired off her own question. You seemed like the prime suspect from the circumstantial evidence alone. Unfortunately, I lacked any hard proof, so I needed to catch you in the act. Literally. Cunning little bastard, aren't you? So I've been told. Were you planning to keep trying this until I finally took the bait? No, I figured if you were going to act, it would be today or tomorrow. And why is that? Because I had implied I was getting the police involved, and you never struck me as someone who really thinks things through. Your tendency to use whatever was at the scene to suspend your victims told me as much. Karen had nothing to say to that. You probably assumed you wouldn't be on any suspect lists since you didn't know the victims, didn't you? Unfortunately for you, that only worked out in the beginning. So you figured it out when Guriko died then? No, if I had, then Yuka Kirimura would still live. It wasn't until her death that you came to mind. Committing murder in such a tiny settlement really was an ill-advised decision in hindsight, wasn't it? Yeah, that blunder cost you big time. That all but told me who did it, considering it whittled the suspects down to those with plausible motives, who potentially had access to the identities of the bridal candidates. I take it that means you couldn't come up with a motive for Nanako? Right, you probably tried subtly casting suspicion on her, but even then Masaki was more suspicious than her. Well, I couldn't afford to have him arrested. Never even considered that it was only natural he'd be suspected when all the victims were his bridal candidates. I won't hand over the Hinagami family to anyone. Karen shook her head. So I was right then. This was all about getting Hinagami pharmaceuticals for yourself. It's not what I meant. What does Hinagami's value most is our bloodline. We can't have some nobody polluting it. That made it sound like the Hinagamis prioritize passing down the blood of their ancestors above all else. Type of elitism, as it were. But surely your father must have had that in mind while selecting the candidates. Yes, but none of them could ever be legitimate successors to the Hinagami lineage. It was nothing more than a compromise made once the Oracle died. So in other words, only those who can be the Oracle are allowed to marry into the family. Exactly. Karen flashed a bewitching smile. For that is what grants the Hinagami family their pedigree. But neither you nor your brother are legitimate Hinagamis either, right? I even have proof of that. Indeed, the truth that gleaned from that document I requested was... yeah, they're not his children. Because, well... they are both type O blood. And Shizuru is... and, what's it called? Masaki's mother. I think they're A and something, AO or AA. But anyways, most of the kids should have had some A in their blood type, but they don't, so they can't be his children. Yeah, not Shizuru's children, I guess, would be the right answer. We don't... actually, I'm not sure, but I would lean towards this one here. That makes the most sense, I think. You and your brother are not Chizuru's children. He has AA blood, which means it would be impossible for him to have children with O blood. Is that so? You didn't sound the least bit surprised. In fact, you spoke as if it were only a matter of course. You knew? Yes, but make no mistake, the two of us are indeed bona fide heirs to the Hinagami bloodline. So I see no problem on that front. You still claim they were legitimate, meaning... but of course, Yuzuru Kuroya is your real father, isn't he? Yuzuru was Shizuru's brother. Although I didn't know his blood type, their parents had been AA and AO, meaning their children would have been AA or AO. Thus, if Yuzuru had been AO, he could have type O children. Is there a problem with that? For me, no, but what about for the Hinagami family itself? Creates no issues at all. The fact remains that we were born of a Hinagami man and the Oracle. True, they were not married. Oh, okay. But that is a trifling matter. How did you learn Yuzuru was your father? Hinagamis are a family of medicine men, so if even a layman such as yourself could discern the truth upon seeing the blood type discrepancy, it only stands to reason I would be capable of the same. Fair enough. That surely meant Shizuru had figured that out as well. But in that case, why didn't he call his brother or wife out for their infidelity? Had there been something preventing him from doing so? Both my father and the grandparents have the wrong idea. All the Hinagamis need is the power of the Oracle. It's worthless to let outsiders marry into the family. That's why you killed your brother's bridal candidates, right? But wait, doesn't that mean the Hinagamis are doomed to die out now that the Oracle is gone? Yes, which is why I planned to become the Oracle. Huh, what? But you couldn't marry into the... I don't see why not. Karen smiled. I love Ayato with all that I am. When the Oracle died, I believed I could take her place. But then it happened. You found out you were infertile. Yes, and when I did, I wept a lot in my life. For with a defective womb, I was of no use to the Hinagamis. Not as the Oracle, nor as a woman. That was why I had to kill any woman who dared get close to Ayato. Damn. Sorry, but that's just petty jealousy, plain and simple. You don't really give a damn about your bloodline. You just killed because you figured if you couldn't have your brother, then no one should. Nothing more, nothing less. You think I don't know that? Karen raised her voice. Of course I do, but I just didn't want anyone taking him from me. Hey! For once, the guy is actually being useful, Yaginuma. My, quite the tearjerker. I'm certain there are more who'd love to hear the rest of it. Down at the station. A man shone a flashlight on us and approached the scene. About damn time you got here, Yaginuma. My apologies. You two were shooting the breeze for so long that I simply found it difficult to determine how much of it was an actual confession. Yaginuma issued orders to some cops and marched up to Karen. You're coming with us, Karen Hinagami. Yeah, go to jail, you friggin' Karen. Karen didn't even bother putting up a fight. She should have a change of clothes and a clay doll modeled of Lord Hina around here somewhere. I'm aware you needn't patronize me, sir. They're in that abandoned building over there. Karen pointed toward the alley she charged Ayumu from. Leave no stone unturned. One of the cops nodded and hit the ground, running at Yaginuma's order. Well, all that said and done, I have some questions for you as well, sir. Are you good on time? I checked my watch. Can we do this at my office in Shinjuku? Why? Isn't your house closer? I'd rather not have you in my home, thanks. Fine. Cannot say the idea of visiting your home much agrees with me either, sir. He really likes this guy, huh? Truth to be told, that was only part of the reason. I was more worried about the earful Yukari would have waiting once I got back. Okay. Sorry you had to go through all that, Sato. I turned to Ayumu, who was leaning against the wall as if she'd gone limp from the sudden release of a day's worth of tension. Oh no, it was no trouble at all. I'm perfectly fine. Shall have you driven to Shinjuku. Please get in the car. Well, you heard the man. What about you, though? You should probably make yourself scarce. I'm going with you. I am your assistant, after all. I mean, I guess she earned this privilege now, right? Although, I doubt at age she can afford to pay 2 people. Ayumu stood next to me and walked off with those words. It had just been a figure of speech, but maybe telling Karen as much earlier had been a fatal mistake on my part. Alright then. Masaki seized the bars of Oba Girls Academy's gates. Unfortunately, they were bolted shut and gave him no purchase. Just stop already, you're embarrassing yourself. Toji sounded absolutely exasperated with him. The back door is open, but there may be a security guard there. Possibly, but we gotta take that risk. Assuming they actually are here, that is. Weren't you the one who said they were? I think he's right. If the message said Sunday night, classroom, then this must be the place. Yukari sprinted off. Let's do this. Toji and Masaki followed her, breaking into the school not too long after. The group wandered the desolate hallways. The only sound was the floorboards creaking with each step they took, so they couldn't afford to run. Over here. Yukari led the way. That said, both Masaki and Toji were reluctant to let her do that, seeing as how they had no idea what was waiting in store for them. Get down. Masaki and Toji complied with Yukari's abrupt warning. Light from what appeared to be a flashlight passed right over their heads. A guard, eh? Now up these stairs. Watch your step. The three of them slowly and stealthily ascended the stairwell. However, all that greeted them at the top were more dark hallways. Someone's here. It was Toji who noticed first. It's coming from this way. Sounds like a fight. Toji raced down the hallway while still crouched, not so much as making a sound. Is your classroom that way? Yes. Yukari and Masaki quickly followed her. What the hell are you doing? Toji roared the moment she entered the classroom. As soon as he heard that, Masaki bolted inside himself. Two girls were grappling by the window of the dark classroom. And just when Masaki realized he was witnessing Kohane strangling Yukiko, the air split with a crack. Yukiko's slap knocked Kohane to the ground. Enough! I don't know who you're talking about. Yukiko. Kohane's eyes widened. Kohane? Yukari darted past Masaki and scrambled over to her fallen friend. Suddenly, Kohane grabbed at her chest and started panting like mad. Shit, she's hyperventilating. Toji hurried to Kohane as well. Get me a bag. Okay. Meanwhile, Masaki approached Yukiko, the latter still in a daze. Are you alright? I swear I don't know, Kohane. Don't know anyone like that. Yukiko hung her head and muttered to herself like a woman possessed, giving no indication as to whether she'd even heard Masaki. Kayahara. Masaki gently set his hands on her shoulders. Yukiko jolted and looked up. You're not having trouble breathing, are you? Yukiko's eyes widened and gushed tears. Yukiko. Yukari sped over to Yukiko after handing Toji a bag. It's alright, you're safe now. Wow, her memory loss must be pretty severe if she still doesn't remember after all that. Or Kohane is simply mistaking her. But that sounds unlikely after everything we've heard so far, really. Yukiko hugged Yukari and wept. There, it's okay. It's all going to be okay. Yukari rustled Yukiko's hair. Figuring the latter was in good hands now, Masaki turned back to Kohane. Toji had a paper bag pressed against the girl's mouth. Good, now take deep breaths until you settle down slowly. Is she going to be alright? Should be able to get her breathing and her heart rate under control, but it would be best to get her to a hospital since this is probably psychogenic hyperventilation syndrome. Then I'll go flag down a taxi. Thanks, we'll be right behind you. Probably wouldn't be good for any of us to overstay our welcome. By the time Masaki reached Itsukaichi Avenue and managed to get an empty cab, Toji and the girls were already waiting outside the school. I'm going to take her home. Yukari, her arm firmly around Yukiko, turned to Toji. Got it, make sure to get back safe, Masaki. Toji carried Kohane into the taxi with her. A second later, it took off. Wouldn't that be rather difficult for Toji, since, you know, she only has one arm? But, you know. But she can handle herself, so maybe it's okay. A second later, it took off. Should get us another one. That's probably for the best. So let's do it. She lives near Musashi Sakai, so we should try crossing the street to... Yukiko suddenly nuzzled up against Yukari, eliciting a curious look from the latter. Yukiko? I don't want to go home, not right now. Yukiko looked away as she clung to Yukari's arm. Considering the blessed congregation had taken her away, it was possible they'd just do it all over again if Yukiko went straight back to her apartment. Alright, you can come stay at my house instead. Yukari, having surmised what Yukiko was so afraid of, offered that solution. Thank you. I'll go to the hospital and see how Tori's doing once I bring you girls to safety. Thank you so much. Eventually, Masaki held a cab and sent Yukari and Yukiko in the back while he rode shotgun, giving their destination to the driver. Well, well. The taxi sped away from the house with Masaki as its only remaining passenger. Let's get you inside, okay? Yukari urged the dazed Yukiko inside. The phone rang the moment she flipped on the lights. Just go and have a seat, Yukiko. Yukari picked up the phone after she watched Yukiko silently nod and slump onto the sofa. Hello, you've reached Tokisaka residence. Yukari, it's me. Reiji, where are you? The momentary solace she felt upon hearing her brother's voice was quickly replaced by that question. With the police, I'm almost done here, but then I've got paperwork and stuff to do, so I doubt I'll be making it home tonight. I see. Knowing that Reiji was safe evoked a sigh of relief. However, yet another question soon came to mind, driving Yukari to adopt a more serious tone. Sato alright? Yep, no need to worry. He'd hesitated for a second. Reiji. Though she'd sighed in an attempt to calm herself down, she still couldn't keep some of that bite out of her voice. Promise you'll never do something like this ever again, please. Promise. Yukari could practically see Reiji nodding on the other end of the line. Oh, by the way, I have Yukiko here with me. What? How did that happen? Well... Yukari gave Reiji the abridged version of all that had transpired that night. So Tori's in the hospital, huh? Is she gonna be okay? Yes, Miss Aoki and Mr. Masaki should be watching over her. Got it. Make sure you lock all the doors and windows. Yes, of course. Good night. Yukari hung up. Are you hungry, Yukiko? Instead of responding, Yukiko remained still as a statue, hanging her head and not making so much as a single peep. Yukari crouched down in front of her. Yukiko raised her head slightly a moment later. Her eyes were red. Oh. They shed tears that dripped to the floor. I'm so sorry, It's alright, really. Yukari gently took Yukiko into her arms and tousled her hair. Isn't Yukari just best little sister, huh? You can cry all you want, I don't mind at all. Or in this case, more like big sister, I guess. Yukiko reciprocated Yukari's embrace. Yukari didn't say a thing. Could only guess what had transpired between Yukiko and Kohane. Still, she'd hold off her questions until the dust settled, and her friends were ready to tell her. The girls took turns in the bath before getting ready for bed. I guess they figured now wouldn't be the best time for a nude scene again like last time, right? I'm sorry you have to settle for my old pajamas. No, it's fine, really. Yukiko was already in her futon. It's a relief. Anyway, I'm going to turn off the lights now, alright? The room descended into darkness. Good night. Ah, Tokisaka. Yes? Can I sleep in your futon with you? Aw. Huh? Yukari turned to Yukiko. However, she couldn't make out the look on the latter's face since her eyes weren't used to the dark yet. Certainly, it might feel a little cramped though. Yukari rolled up her covers. Yukiko huddled next to her. You're not cold, are you? No, I'm okay. Yukiko was curled into the fetal position. Oh, that's adorable. Although the circumstances that led her to act that way are probably, you know, less nice. She must be terrified out of her mind. Yukari gingerly embraced her friend with that thought. Everyone at times when they craved the mother's warmth, a genuine article or otherwise. However, it was probably difficult to coax such a thing out of one's mother at this age. Since Yukari had lost her own mother when she was young, she understood how Yukiko felt. Yukari rustled Yukiko's hair until the latter finally cried herself to sleep. Oh, damn. Ooh, chapter 7, where we're at now. Yeah, we're getting closer to the end, I think. Although, mind you, this is like, you have to get like one specific ending before you can get the actual normal and true ending. So yeah, it's still gonna be a bit, but we're getting closer. I dropped by the MPD first thing Monday morning. I hadn't been there this early since my cop days. Still, I had work to do, hence why I found myself relaxing on the visitor's sofa in CID, Section 1's reception area while organizing the case file. A mountain of cigarette butts sat on the ashtray before me, piling up toward the heavens like some sort of modern art take on Mount Olympus. Though I had been cutting down recently, it was times and places like these when I couldn't help myself. I popped my last cigarette into my mouth, only to notice that there was no more space for ash on the ashtray. And so I borrowed an empty ashtray from a nearby desk, set the dirty one atop Yaginuma's desk. Yeah, he really likes Yaginuma, right? Phew. My smoke wafted up to the ceiling, dyed yellow from the output of many a stressed soul like myself. In my grasp were old photographs. They were the ones of Hitogata that Chizuru Kuchiki had given me a few days ago. One of them depicted the Oracle in a costume at the festival. Her black robe was identical to the one Karen was arrested in. But while the girl in the photo wasn't wearing a mask, logic dictated she was probably the Oracle, the original Oracle, Satsuki. In other words, the girl originally meant to marry Masaki. After considering Karen's crimes, I couldn't help but feel there was more to the Oracle's role than met the eye. For goodness sake, would it be too much to ask of you to at least have the courtesy of disposing of your own cigarette butts, sir? An exasperated Yaginuma came over and set the full ashtray before me. Hey, you're looking at the wrong guy. Sure you didn't piss off one of your cronies? You're the only one here who smokes filtered cigarettes. Damn, sure as hell hadn't expected switching to the ones that came out last year to bite me in the ass. Anyway, how did Karen Hinagami's interrogation go? Swimmingly, for the most part. She was rather upfront about her actions when she confessed to her crimes last night. Will the guys be questioning her again today? Naturally, seeing as how we are still unclear in some of the finer details of the crimes. I shall not be attending, however. In other words, he was handing it off to his minions, since it was too much of a pain in the ass for him. Classic Yaginuma. Killed 4 in total, right? Mayu Kamizono, Mizuki Itsuse, Meguri Takamiya, and Yuka Kirimura. Indeed. Furthermore, we found a clay doll exactly where she said it would be last night, so it would appear that Kohane Tori was this close to ending up her 5th victim. At least we managed to save that one. Tell me, when did you realize it was Karen Hinagami? I narrowed my suspects down to her and one other person in the wake of Yuka Kirimura's murder in Hitogata. Wasn't too hard to finger her as the killer after that. Really should have pieced it together sooner. Amen to that. I knew that would have been difficult though. After all, the idea of the killer being someone readily willing to kill their old friend and family servant, and such a gruesome manner to boot, was not one that came to mind so easily. Was her motive really just what she said? She's been sticking to her claim that she didn't want her brother getting married, yes. Good grief, it boggles the mind. It would have been far more understandable if she'd simply said she wanted to take over Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Preaching to the converted on that one. Had that twisted love of hers triggered Ayato Hinagami's disappearance and this tragedy? No, he'd absconded for a different reason altogether. His murder of Sayashi Gusa, that is. Though even that had been erased thanks to the schemes of Hitogata's leaders when all was said and done. It appears Tori Kohane was unaware that she was a bridal candidate, correct? Right, my guess is that it was an arrangement made between the parents, and therefore went unfulfilled once her mother died. Or maybe even her mother was oblivious to it too. Are you suggesting the Hinagamis decided it all on their own? Yeah, though I still have no clue what criteria they've been basing their choices off. Have you been digging into that as well? As if we could investigate Hinagami Pharmaceuticals over something so paltry. Says the man who's been sniffing around them like a dog looking for treats. I'm afraid that's none of your concern. Yaginuma took out a cigarette. And here I saw that this was good enough grounds to get right up in their face. I don't pick fights with no guaranteed victory in it for me. Could I have a light, please? I quietly passed him a match. Both Mayu Kamizono and Mizuki Ito's fathers were researchers for Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Yaginuma exhaled those words with the smoke. Jiro Kamizono died in Rabaul, while Satoru Itose passed away from illness in 1952. I'm not sure where that is, but whatever. Let me see. Oh, it's a place in Papua New Guinea, okay. So yeah, World War II, apparently. Certainly done your homework for someone claiming not to have done much sniffing. Oh please, I only know what's to be expected for one in a position as esteemed as mine. Yaginuma swept his bangs with his cigarette hand. God, I would have died laughing my ass off if he'd accidentally set his hair on fire. The two victims from Hitogata apparently had close ties to the Hinagamis their whole lives, but we haven't turned up a thing on Kohane Tori's mother. Must be because her family register was lost in the air raids. We didn't manage to uncover that she was unmarried, however. So Tori's father was a mystery then, huh? Yaginuma, where can I find the victim's autopsy reports? Beneath the ashtray, but please, do be careful not to get ash all over them. Says the guy who put the damn thing there. Pull the reports out from under the ashtray. Why bother with them though? You should already know how they all died. It's not what this is about. I want to check their blood types. I skimmed the reports. Unlike the documents Yuzuru Kuroya had sent me, these ones only listed blood types in the simplified ABO format. Mayukami Zono was A+, Mizuki Itose was AB+, Meguri Takamiya was A+, and Yuka Kirimura, the odd one out, was B+. Are the bridal candidates limited to A+ women? Hideyomi Hinagami told me that Yuka Kirimura was unqualified to marry into the family, but I doubt her blood type alone was responsible. What about Kohane Tori? What's her blood type? She said she was type A, which must qualify her. If that's the only criteria. Probably not, right? But then, what does all this indicate? Oh, okay. I doubt it's fortune telling. Yeah, so yeah, I guess that could make sense, probably. But just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna save one more time. It's possible that all the candidates had Hinagami blood, Shizuru Hinagami's blood to be exact. You mean to tell me they were all Shizuru Hinagami's daughters? Shizuru Hinagami's has AA blood, so any children of his could only be either A or AB. Strictly speaking, they could be AA or AO as well, but I could probably ignore that, since we only know the simplified blood types of the candidates. Perhaps, but that is not enough to prove they are his daughters. I know, hence why I only said it was possible. There's no way of telling that for sure, despite all the advances made in genetic research. Not yet, anyway. Presently, all science was capable of was determining if two people weren't parent and child. But if that is true, then the marriage would be incestuous. No, wait, perhaps that is the idea? My thoughts exactly. Karen Hinagami tried to become the Oracle, but was ultimately denied because she was infertile, not because she and Ayato Hinagami have family. So, in that case, the Oracle is always a Hinagami? Which would mean their mother, Rika Hinagami, was also Hinagami from birth. They might have a branch family or something, depending on how long they've been doing this. I saw no indications of such back when I investigated Hitogata, though. While it's true they're related to the Shigusas, that's only because Mariko Hinagami and Ryoko Shigusa are sisters. Plus, most of the Shigusas have type B blood, meaning their relation is tenuous at best. Hold that thought for a moment, please. If the Oracle truly is a Hinagami, then that would mean Mariko Hinagami and her sister Ryoko Shigusa are... Yes, they're probably born Hinagamis. Which would make Mariko Hinagami a former Oracle. Yeah, we already knew that one. I took out the list of Hinagami and Shigusa blood types and showed it to Yaginuma. Part of what I'm about to say is pure speculation, just so you know. Hideyomi is AA and Mariko is AO, meaning any children they had would have either been AA or AO. Shizuru indeed is AA. Meanwhile, Ayato and Karen are both O. The only way type A could have type O children is if both parents were type AO. So Yuzuru Kuroya and Rika Inagami then. And let me guess, you're about to suggest Rika and Shizuru and Yuzuru was... oh my god. You're about to suggest Rika was Shizuru and Yuzuru's sister, aren't you? Again, I said part of this is speculation, but if I'm right, that means Hideyomi, Mariko, and Ryoko were all siblings too. Man, we're in deep, Sweet Home Alabama territory here, that's for sure. And if their parents were AO, that would explain why they could have AA, AO, and O children. Right, now let's skip ahead to when Satsuki, the latest Oracle, showed up. Are you implying that she may have been Ayato and Karen Hinagami's sister? I mean, think about it. No one knew where Satsuki originated from. What if the Hinagamis arranged to have her raised separately with the Shigusas as the Oracle? That's enough, sir. This chain of theorizing is ultimately groundless. And why don't you go to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals and ask the man himself? What happens in Hitogata is outside my purview. So what? You could at least ask them if they'd hand over the reports on Satsuki's murder. Impossible. Not only is it beyond my jurisdiction, but it also happened before the war. Come on, work your police magic, won't you? There's some smokes in it for you. I held out a partially crushed carton of cigarettes. That's empty, isn't it? Just then the phone rang. Yaginuma wasted no time picking it up. Hello, you've reached... Huh? Say that again? Yaginuma's eyes narrowed, his voice rapidly lacing with tension. Say, understood. Yaginuma shot me a look for a moment. No, send the local precinct to secure the scene first. Don't go easy on the questioning either. We can't be sure it was actually suicide. Yaginuma issued orders for the phone. Who died? I asked as soon as Yaginuma hung up. Why not venture a guess? Could it be... okay. Well, if it was Keigo Utsugi, then... I mean, I doubt it was Karen Hinagami, because she was on the police custody. So unless they've messed up really bad, we can probably eliminate the possibility that it was her, right? Shizuru... I don't see why he would be dead. Why would he kill himself? Maybe because he learned of Karen's arrest? But would that be enough? Not sure. I feel like Keigo Utsugi is probably, the most likely one, but I don't know. So in this guide it says, for this ending we're going for right now, we're supposed to... what's it called? We're supposed to go with Chizuru regardless? Don't know why, but... you know. Well, okay. Oh, it also said we should pick fortune telling. Why would we pick that? That doesn't make any sense at all. But we have to stick to this, because otherwise we're just gonna get lost again, aren't we? So let's get like the previous save here. I'll go with that, even though it seems wrong. But that's why you keep a lot of saves, right? So you actually do get to the ending you want. Perhaps the candidates were selected through blood type fortune telling. Do you seriously believe they would make such a crucial decision based on such hocus pocus? No, I don't. I'm just going by the instructions. Yaginuma immediately shot down my suggestion. Family's always been big on hocus pocus, though. You can't put such a crazy shit past them, can you? Suppose you have a point, but please give me a reason that would actually stand up in court. Yaginuma shook his head. I was just trying to lighten the mood, man. Yeesh. It's possible that all the candidates had Hinagami blood. Shizuru Hinagami's blood, to be exact. Okay, we have seen that one. And here we're supposed to pick Shizuru, right? Yep. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. It was Keigo Utsugi of the Blessed Congregation. Utsugi? Why him? Apparently, the blessed congregation called the local precinct, claiming he poisoned himself. Sounds to me like you think it might have been homicide. Only because I can't imagine why he would commit suicide. Or at the very least, not at the moment. Let's go see for ourselves. Maybe he's worried about, you know, because Yukiko just escaped. Maybe that had something to do with it. You're okay with me tagging along? Saves me a pointless tirade when I say no, only to find you inspecting the scene regardless. Well, how nice of you, I guess. There was already a police squad surrounding the Blessed Congregation's headquarters by the time Yaginuma and I got over there in a squad car. What is this, a raid? It would seem the Blessed Congregation is denying them entry. Yaginuma pointed out to the building's entrance. A mass of what looked like believers stood tall in front of the door. Can't say I blame them. I wouldn't want a whole gaggle of cops barging into my place either. Considering the fact that they lost their representative just the other day, it's possible their chain of command is in disarray now that Utsugi is deceased as well. Yaginuma summoned the nearby inspector. Report. Sir, the crowd has yet to acknowledge Keiko Utsugi's death. They insist they will not let us pass without a warrant. They claim he isn't dead, then tell them to bring him out. Warrant be damned. The inspector darted off in a hurry. Not like we could get a warrant when they don't even know if there's been a homicide anyway. Indeed, much as it vexes me to admit, it would be so much easier for us if we only knew who made the initial call. Someone on the inside, I'd bet. Can't think of anyone else who could have found out. It was Naori, wasn't it? Because, you know, he's not a strong believer of their dogma, I think. Figured as much myself, thank you very much. But since we're dealing with a whistleblower here, they will likely have been silenced by the time we can meet them face to face. It was right then that several people exited the building. Keep the new arrivals here and grill them on what has transpired. Don't let them get away. Cop hit the ground running in response. Whoa there, won't this only create chaos? Can't very well have them slipping through our fingers now, can we? Besides, the chaos has already been on the way for quite some time. There was indeed a skirmish occurring at the front door. Just then, I saw a familiar face amongst them. Some of the believers who were being dragged away from the pandemonium. Miss Kayahara? Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Fuyumi looked at me with surprise, a bag in her arms. What are you doing here? Well, Fuyumi hung her head. It looked like she'd been to hell and back. Pardon me, but could you enlighten us regarding the state of affairs on the inside? Yaginuma chose that moment to cut in. I don't really know what to tell you. Things are so crazy in there that I got no clue what's going on. She's not one of their believers, Yaginuma. Believe it or not, she was inside just now all the same. Tell me, have you heard anything about Keigo Utsugi being dead? Utsugi? Fuyumi raises an eyebrow. Blessed Congregation's second in command, though he's essentially their leader now that Oribe has passed away. He was also the vice director of the White Lily Garden, the New Leaves Garden's predecessor. Have you ever met him? No, I don't think so. Yeah, right. Your gasp betrays your words, lady. Fuyumi shook her head. However, there was a shadow cast over her visage. Regardless, please tell us what you witnessed in there. Well, I was taken to this big room after I came in this morning. I could tell something was really off, but I didn't know what had happened. What brought you here to begin with? Well, Fuyumi gripped the bag tightly. I knew Yaginuma wouldn't have missed that any more than I had. Would you mind showing me what's inside that bag? Huh? Well, Fuyumi shot me a look. I would have been lying if I said I hadn't been interested in the bag too. I doubt that's relevant to what's happening here, Yaginuma. I'll be the judge of that. Whatever is the matter, surely you can show us if you have nothing to hide. Alright. Fuyumi presented me with a bag. Sorry about this. I opened the bag after apologizing. What the? With stacks of freshly printed 5,000 yen bills inside. Oh yeah, okay. That would make people sus, right? But we know, of course, that she just wanted to get Yukiko back, and that's why she brought the money, obviously. Never seen one before, and this sure as hell hadn't been how I'd pictured getting my first look. What's the meaning of this? Yaginuma raked Fuyumi over the coals once he saw the money. Well, you see, I was planning to return this to the blessed congregation. Flustered, Fuyumi began explaining. Return it? Why would the blessed congregation ever see fit to give you so much money? Elaborate if you would. Well, she probably borrowed it from that financing company affiliated with the blessed congregation, isn't that right? I tried throwing her a bone. She would have returned it to the company in question if that were the case, or at least she should have. So, Miss Kayada, why did you come here instead, pray tell? Calming Fuyumi down and getting anything out of her was the next to impossible with this guy around. It seemed he set his sights on her since he couldn't get inside himself. I wouldn't mind taking this elsewhere if you find it difficult to discuss the matter here. Though I admit, the station is a tad far. Wait, please, just let me see Yukiko first, I beg you. Yukiko? Yukiko isn't here anymore, Miss Kayada. She's safe now. Huh? Long story short, she's been staying at my place since last night. My sister is there with her, so we have nothing to fear. Fuyumi fell to her knees. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. Fuyumi covered her face and sobbed. Did Yukari seriously forget to tell her? Funny, that's so unlike her. She must have had her reasons, I'm sure. Did I remind you that you have yet to provide an explanation for that money? Well, you see, it's the money I got for selling Yukiko. Sold? You engaged in human trafficking? Wait, don't be so hasty, Yaginuma. I held out my hand to Yaginuma before he did something rash. Questioning Fuyumi in her presence, tis... What? And her present tis? Is that a word? I've never heard that before in my life. The fuck? Yeah, apparently. Alright, tis. Her present tis would get us nothing. Would you kindly stay out of my way, sir? Don't go arresting and interrogating people based on slips of the tongue. Why don't we let her go for now and give her some time to cool off before asking again? Cannot afford to do that. Even if we do set aside the issue of the money for later, we need information on what's happening in there as soon as... All of a sudden, Yaginuma cut himself short. Of course. Yes, that might just work. Yaginuma turned to Fuyumi. Regardless of the circumstances, we need to have a talk. Would you like to continue this at the MPD? You're welcome to refuse, of course. Alright, I'll do it. Fuyumi got to her feet and nodded. Hey, Yaginuma. Yaginuma held his hand out to me and hailed a nearby inspector. You there. Escort this woman to the MPD and do ensure she's treated like an honored guest. I wonder what the standard treatment is if that isn't added. That part by Yaginuma. The inspector escorted Fuyumi to a squad car. Sounds like you got a plan. Care to fill me in? Turn back to Yaginuma after the car departed. My patience finally expired between this and the incident with Oribe. Assemble! The heads of the squad gathered in response to Yaginuma's summons. That woman was arrested for alluding to having murdered Keigo Otsugi. Yaginuma, what the hell? Thus, we shall conduct an investigation into the matter. Any who resist shall be charged with obstruction of justice. The cops scrambled in accordance with Yaginuma's orders. Crazy son of a bitch, are you seriously trying to carry out an illegal investigation? Perish the sword! I'm performing a perfectly legal investigation in accordance with Articles 33 and 35 of our Constitution. But Kayahara hasn't been arrested, much less confessed to murder. Oh dear, she hasn't? My mistake then. I must have had the wrong idea. Yaginuma shrugged. Framing an innocent woman so you can mobilize your boys is a new low, even for you. It wounds me that you would speak so ill of me, sir. I must ask that you see such slander at once. After all, it's working, is it not? Yaginuma gestured to the building. The cops had broken through the swarm of believers and forced their way in. Lo and behold, it would seem that some arrests of obstruction of justice are in due order. And just like that, the problem is solved. This is pure Gestapo. You'd better hope they find something in there, or it's your ass on the line. Oh, I believe you'll find your concerns to be wholly unsubstantiated. Yaginuma flashed a devil-may-care grin. Superintendent. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. Nah, just kidding. An inspector burst right out the door. We found a body inside, Superintendent Yaginuma. Splendid. Preserve the scene. Do not let any followers near. Sir. Inspector went back inside. You see? It's the beauty of being me, sir. I've never dug myself a hole that the devil himself hasn't tossed me out of. Yaginuma's lips curved into a wicked smirk. I'm almost impressed, Yaginuma. Almost. A ring of investigators was gathered in a room barred off to believers. What are we looking at? Yaginuma marched straight into their midst. Keigo Utsugi, sir. No doubt about it. An inspector with a photo of Utsugi spoke up. Did you ask where he died? They say he was found dead in the infirmary, sir. He was covered in vomit and all other sorts of bodily fluids, though, so they cleaned those off him. I want the infirmary locked down and scoured. There may still be clues in there. Sir. I approached the body once the inspector left. It doesn't actually, you don't really see much of the murder, unlike the previous ones we've witnessed. It was indeed Keigo Utsugi himself. I'd bet my life on it. No external wounds from what I can tell. They may have changed his clothes before they laid him to rest in here. Well, seeing as it sounds like you already have this all figured out, the floor is yours, sir. Inspect the body. Stripping old guys is not my idea of fun, and besides, I'm not even a coroner. Just wait for a medical examiner to get here, like a sane person, unless you're stepping up to the plate, that is. I'll have you know that I'm equally unqualified as a coroner. And let's do what we can, alright? Presume too much. Why should I lift a finger when I already have my subordinates taking care of everything? See, this was why no one liked managers. Well, you came at the right time, Natsume. We needed, a coroner. Kept you all waiting, huh? Natsume opened the door and strutted on inside. Wait, you're on this one? She was pretty far from home, that was for sure. Apparently, they couldn't get a hold of no qualified coroners in the area, so yeah. Anywho, that's the stiff, yeah. Natsume clasped her hands in prayer in front of Utsugi's body.
Meglio essere felici in questa vita e aspirare a esserlo nella prossima. Requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace? Wait, is that appropriate for this here religion? I think they're Shintoists. Oh, well, whatever. Let's get this here show on the road, shall we? Okay, so we gotta... Let's save before we investigate here. Alright, what do we have here? Natsume removed the corpse tunic, exposing his upper body. Ain't seeing any wounds on him. What about fractures? None. The color of the post-mortem lividity in his back ain't indicating a unique cause of death either. Maybe he suffocated or something? Suffocated? So asphyxiation then? It's possible, but there ain't no strangulation marks on his neck, meaning it must have been something else that did him in. Okay. No visible wounds, okay, so the medallion is not relevant. Let's have a look at his face. Pardon me. Natsume opened the corpse's eyelids and inspected his eyeballs. Based on how much his eyes have dehydrated and clouded over, I'd say there ain't no room for doubt he died late last night. What was the cause of death? Hold your horses. Rome weren't built in a day. First, I've got to take a look at it in his mouth. Natsume did just that, only to grimace hard not even a second later. Well, I'll be damned. This thing is packed to the gills. Was what? Whoa there, better not look if you don't want to lose your lunch. Seems his trachea's jammed up with vomit. Natsume shut his mouth just as quickly as she'd opened it. Think we've got our cause of death. Choking on puke ain't exactly an uncommon way to go. Why did he vomit? Could have been any number of things. Drugs, poison, sickness, a punch to the gut, you name it. Natsume examined not just the mouth, but the nostrils as well. No saprophages in here from what I can tell. Looks like there's a tumor or something in his ear though. Natsume poked the corpse's ear with forceps. It's like a gout, tophus. I'm not sure. I know what gout is, but that one must have been taking medicine for it if he had a case this bad. Natsume nodded to herself over and over. Alright. Natsume cut the corpse's sleeves. Looks like his rigor mortis stopped when he carried him here. Hasn't set in again, so he probably died late last night. Natsume gave her verdict as she examined the body's elbows. No external wounds. There's an injection mark on the inside of his elbow, but it's so old that I can't imagine it's got anything to do with his death. Okay. Sorry about this. Natsume produced scissors and cut open the corpse's pants. Damn, he's got some serious swelling around his knee and ankle. Reminds me of arthritis. Do you think it has anything to do with how he died? Not directly, no. This here's the work of an illness. Didn't sound like they were bruises then. Well, what else did we not check yet? Yeah, I think we got everything in that case. Let's just hope that's actually the case. Guess that about does it. Hey, get over here. Now to be hailed a nearby forensics officer. Yes, how can I be of assistance? Were there any drugs found at the crime scene? Well, yes, I mean, it was the infirmary. I mean, anything particularly sketchy? Well, now that you mention it, we did find an empty culture sign bottle. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. With medical terms, I'm always not entirely sure, but lay a bottle in the trash bin along with a towel covered in vomit. Culture scene, okay. Gout medicine. I suppose it makes sense he'd be taking that, but still. Sounds like something's eating away at you. It's just that the side effects pack a real wallop. Minor overdose can lead to fever and vomiting, while a big-ass one can kill you through respiratory failure. Sounds an awful lot like our resident stiff, yeah? Okay. In that case, could have taken too much by accident, or maybe deliberately OD'd. Actually, there's one other possibility. He was taking colchicine. You see, them overdose symptoms I just regaled with are awful similar to arsenic poisoning. So what? Someone could have slipped him arsenic? I ain't got a clue just yet. That said, signs of arsenic poisoning can be found in the hair and whatnot, so we should know pretty quick once we take him for an autopsy. I believe that shall do for your insights. Now tell me, sir, what do you make of all this? Hard to say, but if I'm just going off the state of the body, then I think his death was... probably murder. Right? Well, this is kind of unsatisfying, but you know, the guide tells us to pick illness, even though I would not be picking that. Let's be completely honest. But you know, I want to stay on track so we don't, you know, we get the ending that I want. Because this is one you have to absolutely get in order to get the other two endings, the normal one and the true ending. So let's just go with that, even though I don't believe it. Natsume say there's an illness out there that can cause gout, right? Yeah, hyperuricemia. Anyone who don't take good care of themselves can get it. Could it have advanced enough to kill him? Well, I can't say nothing for sure since I ain't an expert in that field, but it could kill you from a heart attack induced by renal failure or arteriosclerosis. So it's possible then. Sure, but I wouldn't bet on it personally. You'd have to be in your last legs for it to kill you. In any case, we should get the body examined first to clarify exactly how he died. Sounds reasonable, right? Yes, which means we're gonna have to cart him out of here. But hey, I'm sure you can handle that, right, Yaginuma? But of course. Yaginuma assembled his subordinates and started issuing orders. Hey, Tokisaka, the Vic's a big shot at this here religion, yeah? Are they really gonna let us leave with him? Good question, especially considering the fact that the police weren't able to get involved with their representative when their representative died just the other day. Oh yeah? That's news to me. So they never found out how he died then? If you don't know, then they probably don't either. His followers could be keeping his body somewhere in here, but I'm guessing they smuggled him out when no one was looking. It was none other than this very man who prevented us from investigating Tokihiro Oribe's passing. But now that he's gone, preparations are being made to search the premises regarding both men's deaths. Yaginuma pointed out to Utsugi's corpse once he'd finished relaying his orders. Forensics officers loaded the body onto a stretcher and carried him out of the room. I think we should take a hike too. Alright. Anyway, the light momentarily blinded me once I stepped outside. At source, the winter sun was gleaming to the south, meaning it was still morning. And likewise, the vicinity of the front door remained the same packed madhouse it'd been earlier. Believers were trying to keep the police from taking Utsugi's body. Well, what a predicament. Natsume stepped between the two clashing groups. Come on, make way, y'all. How's the victim supposed to rest in peace with all this racket? Shut your trap, you old prune! A man dressed like a sock bellowed amidst a mob of believers. Well, it was nice not knowing you, sir. Sure hope your family can afford your funeral. Alright, one of you pugs just said that? Natsume's lips curved into a smile as she marched right over to the Sog. Fuck off, shovel face. Another voice from nearby joined in. Well, looky here, we've got ourselves another walking corpse. And then before I could even blink, Natsume locked that ruffian's neck in a chokehold. It's a real foul mouse you got there. Would be a real shame if someone were to sue it shut. She also seized her fist, a heckler, while she was at it. First heckler, sorry. Someone should really stop her before the police have to arrest their own coroner for homicide. Uh-huh. Natsume, those guys are... Don't try to stop me, Tokisaka. This ain't gonna sit right with me till I've paid them back 30-fold for putting me down. Please tone that down to 10-fold at least. Oh no, I wasn't going to stop you, honestly. I don't have the guts to. I just wanted to ask you not to let them get away. Huh? Why, these calls call you a geezer too? Mercy, don't lump me in with you. Hey, punks. I addressed the Sogs trapped in Natsume's clutches. We met last week at Moonworld in Kichijoji, didn't we? It was them. No doubt about it. Hell if I know. It'll only take 5 seconds of digging to confirm that, you know. Hey, officer. I held a nearby cop. These guys are suspects in the assault of a cafe proprietress. Take them away. Assault? Whoa, hey, we never pulled that kind of shit. An extortion, no way, actually. Make that property damage. I saw it with my own eyes, so that'll hold up. Albeit very weakly, since the most they'd done was kick a chair. The cop dragged the two men off before they had their chance to start bellyaching again. Wonder how long it'll take them to realize they're actually going in for questioning voluntarily, since we've got no arrest warrant. And you have given me like 10 more seconds with them. Natsume looked annoyed that her quarry had been snatched away. Who knows what you would have done to them given so much time. Come on, have some faith in me. I was just gonna scalpel off their clothes, that's all. Please don't give their cops a reason to cuff you. I'll believe it. That woman can be scary. The other person I would take their word for that threat is Toji for sure. Masaki was drinking coffee in one of Kuchiki Hospital's reception rooms. He and Toji had been watching Kohane in shifts since they brought her here the previous night. Speak of the devil, there she is now. How's she doing? Sleeping like a baby thanks to some pills. Doesn't look like we'll be getting her account of last night for a while. Toji took a seat on the sofa and looked at the cup on the table. Would you like some coffee? Sure, that sounds good. Normally I start my mornings with miso soup instead, but I could go for coffee today. Masaki chose to ignore that bizarre little anecdote and poured her a cup. Here you go. Thanks. So how's the other girl doing? You mean Yukiko, right? I wouldn't worry personally. Yukari's watching her, so she's in good hands now. Sure hope so. Toji sipped her coffee. That's room temperature. I used freshly boiled water, just so you're aware. Damn, sure cooled down fast then. Must be because the weather's so nice. All the heat from the ground escapes on days like these. But the air is usually warm on cloudier days. You sure know your stuff. I had a smart friend, that's all. Creepy bookworm type. No, it wasn't anything like that, though I do admit I still don't entirely get him to this day. I know someone who's pretty clever herself, and yeah, I can never tell what she's thinking either. I'm guessing he's talking about Naori and she's talking about Takashiro Nana. Toji smiled as she got to her feet. I'm going back to my office for now. Think you can hold down the fort by yourself? Yes, that shouldn't pose a problem. Not that there is anything to actually do, though. Just call my office if something big happens. Understood. Toji left the room. Here we go. Masaki decided to follow suit. Though he didn't have anything to do, he figured he should at least keep an eye on Kohane's room. Good morning, Mr. Masaki. Koharu greeted him the moment he emerged. Oh, good morning to you too. Pardon me, but could you tell me how Tori is doing? She's been put to sleep for the time being. I doubt she'll wake until later this evening, so could you wait before we go questioning her? Yeah, don't worry too much. That's the plan, yes. The more time she had to cool off, the better. Masaki knew that quite well as a former patient himself. He said his goodbyes to Koharu and went to the door labeled Kohane Tori. Then he took a peek to confirm that Kohane was sleeping soundly in her bed before roosting on a bench in the hallway. However much as he was grateful to have a place to sit, he knew it was only a matter of time before he grew bored out of his mind. But just as he was about to get up to find a newspaper... Of course she was gonna appear, sooner or later. Morning. Oh, hey there, good morning. Michiru's sudden appearance knocked the wind out of his sails, leaving his backside hovering several centimeters above the bench. Wake up early. Michiru cocked her head when she saw the bags under Masaki's eyes. No, I just didn't sleep. Oh. All of a sudden, Michiru took a seat next to him. Afterwards, she dusted off her lap. Here you go. Oh, what do you mean? A lap pillow just for you. I'm good, thank you. But how considerate of her. You're a loss. Michiru shrugged, then laid her head on Masaki's lap. I don't remember offering you my lap. Tough. Michiru curled up and closed her eyes. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't fall asleep. I'm up. And yet she didn't so much as lift a finger. I'd just really like to get a newspaper first, that's all. Michiru glanced up at him. One look? She slightly lifted the hem of her hospital gown. What? A newspaper. And just like that, she produced said newspaper out of a gown. Oh, how versatile, huh? Mind if I ask why that wasn't there? Was cold, so that'd warm it up. Better than training to be a mule, I suppose. Masaki took the warm newspaper from her. So the Russian satellite Sputnik 1 was destroyed while re-entering the atmosphere. Wait, this is last week's newspaper. The event in question had happened on the 4th. Don't know about today's. It's not gonna be very helpful, is it? The newspaper from last week. Michiru shook her head from atop Masaki's lap. I suppose it doesn't matter. It wasn't like he'd find good news anyway, be it this week's paper or last's. What you doing? Michiru looked up. I'm here to check up on someone. Masaki pointed to Kohane's door. Who? Michiru sat up and checked the nameplate by the door. Kohane-chan. Wait, you know her? Yeah, my friend. Yeah, because they were in the same orphanage, right? Wow, talk about a small world. So, did the two of you meet here? No, at the White Lily Garden. Hold on, what? I mean, I guess Masaki doesn't know that yet because he didn't actually see the list of people on that were involved in that incident, right? But yeah, it's definitely plausible that he's not in the know. Masaki rose to his feet at the bolt from the blue. You didn't know? Not that you were from there too, no. Pops number 2 knew though. You must be talking about Tokisaka. Does that mean you also know what happened there? Michiru stared at the floor as though lost in thought. Didn't see it. Huh? She said she hadn't seen it. Not that she didn't know it. To Masaki, that was as good as admitting she'd witnessed the event. However, he knew he couldn't push her. Then tell me, do you know a boy named Yukio? He would have been about Kohane's age. Yukio? Michiru covered her face. Didn't see it. I mustn't see it. Oh. He's gonna have an episode, probably, right? Her fingers bent into the shape of claws. Michiru! Masaki grabbed Michiru's arms before she could start scraping at the bandages over her left eye. Let me go. Calm down, Michiru. Michiru shook her head as Masaki tried to pacify her. No! She flopped her legs up and down like a child thrown overboard. What's going on? Koharu came racing over when she heard the ruckus. Dr. Yaminuchi, Michiru's going to scratch her eye. I see that. Just release her for now, please. Masaki did as he was told, at which point Koharu immediately seized Michiru's arms. It's okay. Everything's okay. No. Yet, despite her protests, Michiru was visibly putting up less and less of a fight. To Masaki, Koharu looked like her mother in that moment. It then hit him that Michiru had no parental figures in her life. Her birth parents were likely long gone, while the Shirosakis apparently never visited. Eventually, Michiru settled down. Did you say to her, Mr. Masaki? There was a tinge of fury in Koharu's tone. Nothing really. All I did was I just asked her about her past, that's all. No more of that, please. You of all people should know what a negative impact that can have on one's road to recovery. Yes, you're right. All Masaki could do was nod in shame. Are you alright, Miss Shirosaki? Yeah. Koharu let her go. I'm so sorry, Michiru. Masaki bowed to Michiru after Koharu glared at him. It's okay. However, Michiru simply shook her head. I'm fine now, don't worry. Really, that's good to hear. Masaki felt relief rush over him. He didn't know what he would have done had she gouged her eye socket again. Why don't we go back to your room, Miss Shirosaki? No. Michiru clung to Masaki's arm and shook her head. Well, at least she's not holding a grudge at all, that's for sure. Alright. But be careful with her this time, Mr. Masaki.
分かっていま
Oh
す
well, I swear. Best if I didn't try forcing any answers out of her. I wouldn't want to trigger another episode. Koharu left once she had his reassurances. Michiru clung to Masaki's arm all the while.
みちる
Michiru? She looked up at him and cocked her head.
聞かないの
You're not gonna ask?
聞かないよ
Don't worry, I won't. Masaki tousled Michiru's hair.
落ち着いた
It's
から
okay, really. I am all calm now.
とは言っても
You
な
say that, but
ユキオちゃん見えなくな
I
った
stopped being able to see Yukio. Michiru scooched back and started reciting a story.
見えなくなったって
What do you
いう
mean?
のは
Masaki asked, despite his fears he was treading sensitive ground once again.
多分小羽ちゃんはまだ
But Kohane-chan probably still sees him. Michiru put a hand over her left eye. Masaki considered intervening for a moment, only to ultimately leave her be, after she exhibited no signs of clawing at it.
小羽ちゃんはユキオ
Kohane-chan
が好
loved
きだった
Yukio, so a part of her broke when we could no longer
ユキオ
see
ちゃんが
him.
見えなくなったことに
I take it that means he died then.
見えなくなった
Looking at something that can no longer be seen is bad news, yet she still sees him. Michiru scratched her left eye. Luckily, she immediately drew back her hand.
よくわからないな
Sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not following. At that point, Masaki could only make sense of about half of Michiru's story. However, he knew he needed to give her space to explain things rather than dismiss it as madness. For even if he didn't understand it, she was probably telling the truth.
見えなくなったもの
Have you ever not been able to see something anymore? Michiru's clear blue orb met Masaki's eyes.
多分あるだろうな
I think so. The girl from Hitogata flashed through his mind. He could indeed see her no
し
longer.
かしそれを見ないようにするのは
Still, it's rather difficult to tell yourself to stop looking at it.
うん
Yeah, it
難し
was.
かった
Michiru pressed down on her left eye
あ
again.
まりいじらない方がいいんじゃないかな
Hey, you really shouldn't play with that thing, you know? Okay. Oh. Michiru looked up after lowering her left arm.
ナナコちゃん
It's Nanako-chan. Masaki turned his head and spotted Nanako strolling down the hall.
おはようございますななこさん
Good morning, Nanako.
あやとく
Oh, I mean,
さきさん
she was about to say I. Not really, but Mr. Masaki,
どうかしましたか
you don't look too well. Is
体調
something the
が悪
matter?
そうですが
ちょっとね
You could say that. We doctors aren't exactly the best at taking care of ourselves. Ironically, though I'm not actually a doctor. Nanako laughed. However, it sounded rather forced.
ナナコちゃん
Nanako-chan. Michiru looked up at her.
何
Yes, what is it?
う
Nothing.
んなんでもない
Michiru stared at the floor and clung to Masaki's arm.
仲がいいのね
The two of you get along like peas in a pod, huh?
なんかさっきから懐かれてました
She's been sticking to me like a dog for a few minutes now. As to why, your guess is as good as mine.
恋人同士みたい
You look like a couple.
それどころじゃなく年は
Okay,
離
no,
れ
I'm
てるでしょ
putting a moratorium on that right now. The age gap's far too vast. Ellie was even old enough to be a father, albeit an extremely young and irresponsible one.
あやとくんよりも年上の私に
Are
対
you
して
implying something about our own age difference, Ayato?
そんなんじゃないですよ
Of course not. Masaki frantically denied any malice on his part.
あやと
Ayato? Michiru looked up at him with an arched eyebrow.
気にしなくていいよ
Don't worry about that.
うん
Hmm. Michiru nodded and took her eye off him again.
ごめんねありがと
Sorry
う
for teasing you. I feel a bit better now, so thanks.
自分は何もしてませんよ
I didn't do a thing, though. Masaki shook his head,
それよりも
but in all sincerity, did something happen?
うんうん
No,
何でもないの
not at all. Nanako shook her head and smiled.
それじゃあ私は仕事に戻るわね
Anyway, I need to be getting back to work now.
慶
I'll
応の
be
時
sure
間
you're in
に
your
上
room
に
when it's time for your
戻ってるの
temperature, okay, Shirasaki?
Mm.
I And with that, Nanako took her leave of the pair.
やっぱり何かあったみたいだな。
Something happened to her, I can feel it. Masaki had sensed something off about her demeanor. Still, he didn't have the right to look into it.
ナナコちゃん、見たくな
It's
かっ
like
たものを見せられた
Nanako-chan was shown something she didn't want to see. Michiru suddenly spoke up.
わかるのか？
You can tell?
なんとなく
Just a hunch. Then she wouldn't look me in the eye, I mean. Michiru clung tight to Masaki's arms. That's surprising how perceptive that girl is, huh? You wouldn't think she has it in her, but apparently.
忘れていれば
What a relief it would be if we could actually forget.
何？
What was that? Masaki cocked his head upon hearing that cryptic statement.
うん、
Nothing. Now it's her turn to say nothing. Michiru buried her face into Masaki's chest with those words. Right. Yeah. Let's have a quick save here. Before we can... Oh, no, wait. I'm on the load. That wouldn't be it. What we want right now. It was past noon by the time Yaginuma and I returned to the MPD. Natsume had gone back to their clinic with Utsuki's body in tow. If experience had taught me anything, it would probably take a few days for the autopsy to turn up anything solid.
ほら、さっさと歩け。
On your feet now. The two thugs we nabbed at the Blessed Congregation's headquarters exited the squad car behind us.
お前たちには典型会の金の流れも喋ってもらう
You're
こと
going
に
to
な
tell
る
us
から
everything you know about where the Blessed Congregation's money comes and goes while you were at it. With that, the thugs were escorted into the MPD, flanked by cops on each side.
俺もあいつらに聞きたいことがあるんだが
Actually, I have some questions of my own for them.
さすがに先輩を聴取には参加
Can't
させられ
very
ません
well have you taking part in the
吉祥寺の店主
interrogation,
出身
sir.
聴取させますから
However, rest
心配し
assured
ない
that
で
it
くださ
shall
い
inquire about this stabbing of a Kichijoji cafe proprietress.
ああそちらに参加できない
Makes
のは
sense that I
理
can
解した
sit on that one, sure, but I'll definitely be joining in on Miss Kayahara's, alright?
には入れさせてもらうからな
分かって
I
ますから
assumed as much.
まずは
However,
中に入り
let's
ましょう
take this inside. I
腹を
haven't
減ってし
eaten
か
all
ないです
day. Nodding, I entered the MPD at Yaginuma's urging.
貝原さんは
Where's Miss Kayahara? I looked around but saw neither hide nor hair of her.
ここへは連れてきませんよ
Oh, we won't be bringing her out here. Yaginuma answered me as he brewed tea in a small teapot.
取り調べ室を使います
Rather, we shall be holding our discussion in an interrogation room instead. I suspect she will be more at ease there. She will be more at ease in an interrogation room?
あんな殺風景な部屋で落ち着け
You
る
do know they call it the sweat box for a reason, right?
口を割る
You'd
だろ
have culprits singing left or right if people could actually relax in those shabby excuses for rooms. Took a sip of the fresh tea.
周りに人がいない
Rather
方
than
が
surrounding her
喋
with
り
a
やすくなること
plethora
もあ
of
る
strangers, also that tea was supposed to be
その
mine
茶は
and mine
僕たち専
alone.
用に入れたものです
あまり気にする
Come on, let bygones be bygones. You make a mean cup of tea, you know that.
褒められても嬉しくないん
Your
です
flattery makes me sick.
一家内に
Did you get good at it because you have no friends here to whip you up any?
どこかの教室ですか
This is the MPD, not elementary school. I mean, not hard to imagine that he has not many friends in the MPD. I headed for the interrogation room after I had my fill of playing high school bully to Yaginuma. Okay, time to get serious. We'd seen Fuyumi at the Blessed Congregation's headquarters. That was not what I wanted. Now, her presence there wasn't strange, considering a nursery was affiliated with them. That, plus the fact that it had also taken Yukiko away. But regardless of those, what didn't make any sense was that boatload of cash. I couldn't imagine it was clean money. If we took Fuyumi at face value, then she'd gotten it from selling Yukiko. But what did that actually entail? Just then, my musings were interrupted by Yaginuma walking in with Fuyumi.
冬美さん大丈夫です
Are you alright, Fuyumi?
ええ
Yeah, I didn't feel like being a prisoner or anything at all.
警官に何かひどい
Cops
ことは
didn't
され
beat
ませ
you,
んでした
beat you or yell in your face or anything like that, did they?
そんなことはありませんでした
No, not at all.
人聞きの悪いことは
Kindly
言わない
ask
で
that
く
you
だ
not
さいよ
speak of us
先輩
like a pack of
厳しい
barbarians,
扱い
sir.
しないよう
Believe I already made it perfectly clear to you that we weren't treating her as a suspect.
だったらいいのが
Well, if you say. How's Yukiko? Yumi interrupted us before I could finish, her face that of a haggard beggar, pleading for food.
先ほども言いました
Like I told you, she's safe and sound at my house. Figured it would be best to keep her there until her heart's in a better place.
落ち着けるようにした方がいいと判断しました
Okay.
どういう
What do you mean by that?
今は家に帰りたくない
Well, apparently she said she doesn't want to go home for the time being. I had to tell her, even though it pained me to do so.
どうして
But why? Yumi feebly slumped into a chair.
私が
Because I sold her off.
それは違う
I don't think it's got anything to do with that. She's probably just concerned that the blessed congregation will take her back if they find out where she's staying.
そんな
But that's... No, it's only fitting. Fuyumi glanced at the bag of money Yaginuma had brought in.
それがある限りいや
I've got no right asking her to come back so long as I have that money. No, even without the cash.
説明
Could you explain to... could you tell us what you mean by that?
ええ
Alright. Fuyumi nodded, only to immediately hang her head as though she couldn't bring herself to explain.
まずはこの現金を受け取った経緯を聞かせてください
First, please tell us how you came into possession of this money. Yaginuma set the bag on the table.
それは
It was compensation
何に対するものですか
ユキコを育て
for raising Yukiko, I believe.
待ってくださいそれを
Wait, hold up.
から
If
受
the
け取
blessed
ったという
congregation paid you for that, and what does that say about her origins?
詳しくは知りません
Honestly, I'm not sure.
ただ
However, what I can say is that they gave me instructions when I adopted her from that
彼の指示があった
orphanage.
のは確かです
So she isn't just some run-of-the-mill war orphan, is she?
考えられるのは
Personally, I believe she must be the daughter of a blessed congregation member, and one who stands high in their echelons at that.
会にとって確保して
For being someone the blessed congregation needed to keep close at hand would definitely explain the truckload of money. But in that case, why would they leave her with an orphanage? Had they needed to keep her lineage an absolute secret, perhaps?
先輩は人型集落へ行って
Sir, you went to Hitogata and investigated the local customs, did you not? Huh? Oh yeah, my knowledge is limited, but...
聞きかじった
Oh, I see. It was the source of the blessed congregation, wasn't it? The Oracle and the Oracle of Revelations. Two nearly identical entities.
千里峡に存在した巫女は
Senrei's Oracle of Revelations may not have been established by Michio Shigusa, but its basis was still likely Hitogata's Oracle.
にあるのでしょう
巫女を作り出す
So
の
creating an Oracle was Michio Shigusa's goal. But the Oracle was the Hinagami...
あの
Excuse me. Fumi abruptly interrupted my train of thought.
ああすみません
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to go off into a tangent like that. Now is the time to be focusing on Fuyumi's story.
それであなたはこの
At
金
any
を返
rate,
す
you
つもり
claim you were
だ
there
った
to
とおっしゃって
return
ま
this
したが
money, but why would you
そ
do
れは
that?
なぜですか
私は
Well, because I wanted them to understand that I didn't raise Yukiko for the money.
それは良い
It's quite
心がけ
noble
で
of
す
you,
が
however... Yaginuma took a stack of 5,000 yen bills out of the bag.
これだけで50万円
This stack alone is 500,000 yen. The question is, was it truly acquired legally?
それは典型会側の問題だ
It's the blessed congregation's problem, Yaginuma. Miss Kayahara here was simply paid her due reward.
報酬だなんて私はそ
Due
んなつもりじゃ
reward? That's not what I...
ユキコさんを立派
have
に
every
育
right
て
to
て
it when you consider it
そういう意味であれば
remuneration for raising Yukiko into a fine lady. Though obviously handing over Yukiko herself is a different issue entirely.
別問題だ
詭弁ですね
Ah, sophism at its finest.
Sophism.
Yeah. You think I don't know that?
だから返す必要なんて
So I
ない
don't think you need to return it
そ
to
う思い
them.
ますよ
ですが
But I have no idea what to do with all this money.
どうしたらいいか
Sounds like a nice problem to have. You may keep it, however I do ask that you let us record the sum and serial numbers of the bills. That will allow us to investigate where the blessed congregation has been getting their money. Digging that up probably wouldn't be too difficult if they ask around at the bank, considering the bills were newly issued and all. Unfortunately, now we'll never know why they took Yukiko and what the whole deal with the money is. For the men who'd known that, Oribe and Utsugi were forever gone. While Tokihiro Oribe and Keiko Utsugi were not their own leaders, they were indeed the glue that held the blessed congregation together. I suspect it is only a matter of time before the organization is history. That's not good. Yumi looked up. Huh? Alright, because they're the new Leaf Garden's patron. The place will have to close once the money stops coming in, right? Yes, and the children will suffer for it. Then why not buy the nursery with that money when the time comes? Yaginuma pointed to the bag. Surprisingly reasonable coming from Yaginuma. The money should be more than enough to purchase a nursery of that scale. Damn, that's a pretty good idea. But who would have thought it would come from Yaginuma of all people? As lovely as that would be, I doubt I could keep the place running. Not without a constant stream of revenue, that is. Now that I can't assist you with. Yaginuma shrugged. Oh yes, a pivotal question nearly slipped my mind. And what would that be? Such trepidation is unnecessary, I assure you. It concerns the reason you were brought here. Utsugi's death, that is to say. Hey, Yaginuma. Yaginuma raised his hand to keep me from interrupting him. At ease, I do not suspect she had any involvement in that myself, but believe me, I merely wish to know what transpired in that building before we arrived. Thought she already said she didn't know what happened. Now she does, which is why I would like to ask her to revisit her memories and tell me if anything stands out with that new information in hand. I get what you're saying, but I don't know if it will be of any help. Fuyumi looked at the ground in contemplation. Anything will do. For example, did you happen across any outlandish rumors perchance, such as whispers of an individual in suspicious attire, or a snake in the grass plotting to take over the organization? Well, I don't know if this is relevant, but I did hear rumors that the so-called Utsugi had a hand in Oribe's death. So they were insinuating that Utsugi murdered Tokihiro Oribe? No one said as much outright, but in hindsight, maybe those rumors started going around because of Utsugi's death. It's not out of the question, that's for sure. Is the investigation into Oribe's death still ongoing, Yaginuma? Yaginuma shrugged yet again. I asked that it be looked into alongside Utsugi's death, but progress has not been favorable. It seems Oribe's body has already been cremated. Can bones be any help in determining the cause of death? After cremation? All but impossible. Or what? Did they have such techniques back when you were an officer? Not a chance. I was just wondering if there had been some advancements since I left, that's all. Either way, at least we know now Utsugi could have murdered Oribe. That's just a rumor. And even if that's true, it raises the question of why Utsugi died. I won't jump to any conclusions since the cause of death remains a mystery, but perhaps he killed himself in a fit of guilt for murdering Oribe. Assuming that the hypothesis is true, that is. Somehow I doubt it, to be honest. Or maybe one of Oribe's subordinates killed him as an act of revenge. Honestly, we don't know shit at this point, so we can't pretty much make whatever guesses we want. Which is precisely what we will uncover over the course of the ongoing investigation. Don't know where you get your confidence from, but I'd sure like you to send some of it my way right about now, Yaginuma. What should I do?
私はどうすればいいのでしょ
Fuyumi timidly raised her voice.
申し訳ない。
Whoops, sorry for
こちらで
taking
勝
this
手に
discussion
議論
off
を
the
破
rails
滅さ
again.
せてしまって
She can go now, right, Yaginuma?
そうですね
I don't see why not.
ただしその金は
Let's retain possession of that money for the time being as evidence.
証拠品という
We'll
形
return it to you once we're done with it.
う。わかりました。
Alright. I don't know. I just imagine they return her like half the bag or something rather than the full amount. Fuyumi got up and left the interrogation room.
よかったのか
You sure about this?
僕は金の出元に
I'm
興味
simply
があるだけ
interested
で
in where the money originated. How she uses it is none of my concern.
保育所をあの金で買ったと
You're not going to arrest her the moment she buys that nursery, are you?
さあ
Who's to say? I have no inkling as to whether that money is even taxable.
一応気をつけ
I'll
ろ
tell her to watch her back just in case. I reclined on CID Section 1's visitor's sofa, all ready to pop a cigarette between my lips when I remembered I was fresh out. Hey, Yaginuma can have a smoke. By all means. Yaginuma tossed me a carton of cigarettes. Hikari, yeah? Now that's taste. It's hardly anything special. Phone rang just as Yaginuma shrugged. Phone's ringing. I can hear, thank you very much. Yaginuma picked up the phone. Hello, you've reached... I lit a cigarette while Yaginuma was distracted. Since it wasn't filtered, the smoke was thicker than usual. I'm sorry, what? Run that by me again? Yaginuma's bewildered voice caught my attention. He gripped the phone as his countenance wrinkled indecipherably. What's going on? I pocketed the cigarette carton as I let my curiosity get the better of me. An investigator has apparently stormed right into Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, Yaginuma explained as he covered the receiver. Not one of your boys from the sound of it. Indeed, he's been sniffing around one place after another by himself, though I wouldn't go so far as to call it a secret investigation. What's more is from Toyama. Of course, it's Inui. Who else? Oh no, don't tell me. Is it Inspector Inui? Oh, I almost forgot you met him over in Hitogata, did you not? Yeah, though you were the one who introduced us. You deal with this, I beseech you. Why me? Consider it your fee for taking my smoke. That wasn't a fair deal by any stretch. Still, it was actually fortunate for me that Inspector Inui was in Tokyo. I had my own questions for him, so playing along with Yaginuma was the best move for once. Fine. Oh, and one more thing. Kindly return the rest of my cigarettes. This is the fee for one smoke. I hurried over to Yotsuya on the double. There wasn't a single employee to be found at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. It appeared they were closed. Oh, wait a second. I forgot to turn the sound back on of the game. Not that it's that important, but you know, it's better with sound, right? It appeared they were closed, even though it was Monday, possibly owing to Karen's arrest. A small crowd of what appeared to be reporters hovered around the vicinity of the building. Though the arrest hadn't been reported in the news yet, it seemed the press had sussed something out all the same. Better hurry in there. Wouldn't want them hounding me. Security let me in when I told them I was from the MPD like some sort of door-to-door con artist. Inside I found a wizened inspector pacing around the same reception room I'd been guest to just yesterday.
こんにちは、乾警部。
Good afternoon, Inspector Inui.
君か。
Ah, it's you. He spoke as if I were a child he didn't have time for.
なぜあなたがここにいらっしゃるのですか
What are you doing here?
知れたこと。
Don't play dumb. Come to arrest Chizuru Hinagami.
お一人でですか
By By yourself?
それに
Do you even have an
逮捕
arrest
状は
warrant?
発行されているのですか
Inui glowered at me.
まったく。
That's exactly why ex-cops are such a pain in the ass.
つまり逮捕状は出ていない
I'll
の
take
で
that
す
as a no then.
あるのなら
You
ば
wouldn't
また一人
be
で
here all by
加えてるはずがありませ
lonesome
んか
otherwise. Was a shock they'd even let him in when taking that into consideration.
それでひながみさんはどちらに
Anyway, where is Mr. Hinagami?
留守だそうだ。
Out, apparently.
本当にそうなの
Who's
か
to
は
say if
わからん。
that's the honest truth, though?
実際留守なのでは
Wouldn't it
ありま
make
せんか
more sense that he is? I mean, surely he knows he'd be walking into a minefield if he came into work after what just happened.
そのようだな。
Certainly seems that way.
まさかあの嬢ちゃんが。
I never would have imagined the lady capable of shit like that. Considering Karen had only been arrested last night, couldn't possibly have known about that before departing from Toyama. Therefore, logic dictated that he dropped in to arrest Chizuru in something completely separate.
一応お聞きします
What exactly are you accusing Shizuru Hinagami of? Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
殺人教唆だ。
Instigating
これまでの一
homicide
連の事件
must have had something to do with these incidents, make no mistake. Pretty bold allegations.
待ってください
Hold on a minute,
彼が関わっているのは
please. While I
間違い
don't
ないと
disagree
思います
with you on the latter
それ
point,
が教唆
I
だと
doubt he
は
was
思いません
instigating anything.
自らの失態を隠すため
Did
に
you ever consider he may have designated the victims in order to cover up indiscretions of his younger days?
被害者が一人を除き
Sure, we know that
娘であ
all,
ったこ
but
とは把
one
握
of
して
the
います
victims were his
し
daughters.
かしそれだけで
That's hardly enough to make a case for him ordering hits on them all.
今回の事件だけでは
It's
ない
not just these killings I'm talking about. He also made his mark on that case from so long ago, the murder of Keiko Zaizen.
財前
Zaizen? You mean the victim of the curse of Lord Hina from almost 30 years ago? But the statute of limitations in that case has long since passed. He can't be tried for it.
それくらいのこ
I'm
と
well
は
aware of that, of course.
しか
But
し
the book on that case has to be closed. Statute of limitations be damned.
控訴できない案件を
So you say, but I can't imagine your superiors would allow you to pursue a case that won't lead to any sort of justice being served. Which explained why he'd come to Tokyo all by himself.
財前
Keiko
は
Zaizen was Shizuru Hinagami's mistress. I believe she was murdered under the guise of the curse to dispose of his dirty laundry.
殺して殺害されたと考えている
Okay.
不始末です
Dirty laundry? I know he's got, or rather had, a ton of illegitimate daughters running around. But isn't that a bit extreme?
奴があちこちの女に手をつけ
He's
て
made a
るのは
name for
昔から
himself as a
有名だ
playboy with a girl in every
しかし
port
集落の
since
有力
ages
者
past.
誰も
But
それ
no
を
one
糾
could
弾
call
す
him
る
out
こと
on
は
it,
できん
probably because he was so high up the Hinagami food chain. Oh no, well, that too, yeah, but Hitogata and food chain. Inui clenched his hand into a fist.
それは
It's
昔
no
も
different
今も変
today.
わりな
The
い
curse has been used primarily to silence those who could sully the Hinagami name. But if they originally wanted to have them in the family, then how does that make sense exactly? It's no different today. The curse has been used primarily to silence those who could sully the Hinagami name.
客観的な証拠が出てくるような
Doesn't it sound like you've got any hard evidence to me? I decided to be brutally honest with him. That said, I didn't think he knew as just being a loony conspiracy theorist either. Everything he just suggested was quite plausible after all.
今回の件に限れ
When
ば
all's said and done, I can't imagine Shizuru had anything to do with the killings, ones that have been going on since last November, I mean. It was Karen's obsession that brought them on.
つまり
So long story short, it wasn't the work of the curse or anything. In this case, sure, but the same can't be said for the other victims of the curse. All its victims had been taking medicine developed by Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Okay,
人型集落では
that's
稲上
news.
製薬の製
But they
品が
provide
無
free
償で提
medication
供
to
されてい
everyone
ま
in
す
Hitogata. If
病気にな
anything,
れ
it'd
ば
be
使わ
rare
れ
to
ていない
find
人の
someone
方
sick
が
there
少
who
ないでしょう
didn't take their medicine.
それに
Besides, the report you gave me a few weeks back stated Keiko Zaizen received no treatment. Was in peak medical condition, so doesn't that
それ
contradict
と
your
矛盾
claims?
するのではありませんか
それは
I simply meant that in contrast to Sachiko Kawasa's infertility treatment. Of course, Keiko's eyes caught a cold or two. Yeah, I guess it would be hard to imagine she'd never once needed medicine. Those aren't grounds to arrest Chizuru Hinagami, though. Regardless, I must see him all the same. Stubborn as a bull, this one. You know, this would be much easier if we had Miss Kawasa's autopsy records. Then we could learn what kinds of medicine she was taking and go from there. Those hadn't been in the report I'd gotten a while back, that was for sure. They might still be down at the prefectural police department. That said, you do understand that he can't make an arrest, even with... I'm aware. Also, surely you must know you could get arrested for trespassing if they call the cops on you. In fact, the whole reason I'm here is because the MPD's already been alerted to your presence. I don't give a damn. We're just going in circles now. If nothing I say is gonna get through to him, maybe I should just take a hike already. I'll throw you a bone and share you some info if you leave me be. What info? Concerns the limbs we found after you left Hitogata. Sure, I'll buy it. I jumped right at the bait, seeing as how I'd already been planning to make myself scarce. Circumstantial evidence has led us to believe those severed limbs belong to Satsuki Shigusa. Well, duh, we already knew that, but of course we can't tell him. That said, all we have to go off of is old investigation reports confirming that Satsuki and the severed limbs had the same blood type. What was that blood type? A+, apparently. Her genotype was also A. Son of a bitch. So a type AA, huh? Guess that eliminates the possibility of her being related to the Shigusas. And again, she could have been a distant relative or even adopted, so maybe the idea wasn't totally dead. That said, this new information led to the rise of another theory, assuming she really had been the Oracle, that is. Have you ever seen Satsuki's autopsy report? Enough that I've memorized the position of every wrinkle in the paper. Okay, so he was very sorry about it. Did anything strange stick out to you? Nothing apart from her amputated limbs. She died from asphyxiation via suffocation. But while we found strangulation marks on her neck, it didn't point toward a suspect. You mean the killer choked her with her bare hands? Yeah, we also know she was strangled from the front. Then she should have fought back and scratched her killer's arms. Though I'm guessing there was no skin on her nails to procure, seeing as how the arms were missing at the time. Funny you mentioned that. The local police actually investigated that angle back in the day. Ultimately, they found no scratch marks on anyone's arms, though. Hence why the case had gone cold. What about now, though? Surely her nails can be checked for skin now that the arms have been found. Unfortunately, whoever amputated the arms manicured the nails, so there was nothing to find. Yeah, Saya was a little bit, you know, crazy in that regard. Guess we have Saya Shigusa's obsession to thank for that. That said, there was nothing else unusual about the body, no signs of roughhousing anywhere. Wait, hold that thought, please. No roughhousing? Not even sexual? None, she was a virgin. Guess that only figures. What with her being the Oracle and all. You think that she was the Oracle, right? Huh. Well, I mean, we know very well that Satsuki had sex with Ayato, so that's a weird thing to say, you know? It's the only possible conclusion, considering the Hinagamis and Shigusas kept her a secret. And he'd be right about that. But that didn't matter. What did matter was that there was a glaring contradiction in his story. Unless my source had been embellishing his own account of things, something that wasn't in his character at all. Satsuki couldn't have been a virgin. But then whose body was that? Who in the world was Satsuki? Thank you for sharing, Inspector. But Inui didn't need to know about my little revelation. Not yet, anyway.
何か分かったのかね
Did you figure something out? Frankly, I understand even less than I did at the outset. But now I know I have to return to Hitogata to confirm some details.
私を放っておく約束は
Just keep your word that you'll let me do as I please. Yes, of course, I'll go back to that settlement and put an end to all the obsessions that spun this tangled web for good. Including yours, naturally. Inui snorted and looked away. Now, if you'll excuse me. Well, that will be an awkward conversation with Ayato later. So, yeah, you mentioned that you fucked that girl, right? About that. Yeah, no, anyways, I showed myself out of the building. Though I'd failed to uphold my end of the bargain with Yaginuma. That was what he got for only paying me a single cigarette. If he wanted to get rid of that stubborn old goat, he'd just have to ask someone else. Right. Toji left her office that evening. Now that she'd had her nap, she wanted to check the evening paper. Specifically in hopes of seeing something about last night's incident in it. And even if there wasn't, there'd probably be a scandalous article or two about Karen Hinagami's arrest. Bad news for a celebrity was good news for the papers and their coffers, after all. Toji bought a paper at a kiosk outside the station and scanned the front page. There was indeed something about the incident in there. However, they weren't making a big deal of it, which in journalism meant the newspaper companies probably still didn't have all the details. Toshi hadn't received any offers to write about it from any news agencies either, despite this being the exact situation her profession called for. Not that she would have accepted any, of course. After all, she was far too close to the heart of the incident. Thus, she wouldn't have been able to write an unbiased article anyway. It would take time and the conclusion of all this madness to get herself into the appropriate mindset for such a thing. Toji was about to buy a ticket to Nakano when she glanced at the nearby takoyaki stall. This guy again. The Takashiro Detective Agency flyer was still up on them there. Someone was scrutinizing it. The old man running the stall was also keeping an eye on her. Huh. Do we know her? Not sure. She doesn't look particularly familiar, but I don't know. She appeared to be a high school student. Furthermore, it looked like she had more than just a passing interest in the flyer. Perhaps she's in the market for a detective. Hey, miss, you gonna order some takoyaki or not? No, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to give you the wrong idea. I was wondering if I could ask about this flyer. Toji got the strangest sense of deja vu. Flyer? Oh, the one for that detective agency, huh? You know it? Of course I do. The miss who put him up asked me if she could post one on my stall to help her support her hubby's business, she did. Well, and he protects that flyer with his life. The old man's face crinkled wistfully. Her hubby's one hell of a gumshoe too. Heard he solved the toughest of cases back in the day. Yeah, he was already around back then when the Senri incident happened, so... Wow, he sounds amazing. Damn right he is. He was one of my regulars. Ain't no other guy like him, that's for sure. For better or worse. Did Shugo feed him the speech ahead of time or something? Nah, that would be crazy. Excuse me, are you looking to hire a detective?
あの、どちら様ですか？
Who are you? The girl raised her arms cautiously when Toji addressed her. I'm sorry, I'm a friend of the owner of that detective agency. I suppose I should have led with that. This whole thing was playing out exactly like the last time, word for word. Are you looking for someone?
どうしてわかったんですか？
Huh? How do you know? Toji couldn't very well tell her it was because she'd been through this whole song and dance before. I'm something of a detective myself. Really? The girl stared warily at Toji. This here lady's a legendary song around these parts. She ain't the kind who fights people. She's the type who makes sure they ain't found, period. I'd appreciate it if you didn't speak ill of me. Not that you could deny the first part, really.
やっぱり
Oh man, I just knew Tokyo was gonna be a scary place. The girl took a few steps back. Ignore him, please. Can help if you're looking for someone. But no need to worry. She'll have who you're looking for here on a leash in no time. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but anyways, could you just shut up for a minute? Scaring the poor girl even more wasn't going to do anyone any favors.
お邪魔しました。
Sorry for bothering you. The girl turned around and made a break for it. No, wait. The car sped right in front of the girl just then, bringing her to her knees in shock. Are you okay? You really shouldn't run out onto the street like that. Toji helped the girl onto her feet.
ヒクソタちゃん。
Scared the bejabbers out of me. What kid says bejabbers these days?
腰が抜けてしま
I
った。
just darn near saw my britches. Tokyo keeps giving me the heebie-jeebies, I swear. Only after hearing that did it finally click for Toji. Must be rough coming all the way out here from the countryside on your own, huh? Say that again. I wonder... I mean, if she's from Hitogata, we don't know who exactly that is. The girl sighed after managing to get back up. Relax, I meant what I said about helping you. So what do you say? Well, I'm looking for someone named Ayato Hinagami. Did I say something funny? Girl panicked. No, it's just, I know that guy. God, what even are the odds? Huh? You're pulling a fast one, aren't you? Coincidences like that never happen, ever. The girl took a few more steps back. I get it now. You're trying to trick me so you can sell me to the red light district, aren't you? Oh, I just knew Tokyo was the worst. Easy, I'd do nothing of the sort. But young mistress told me to watch my back since this is a dangerous place. Toji unleashed another wary sigh. So she's connected to the Hinagamis, huh? It would have been a piece of cake for Toji to take her to Masaki, but the girl didn't trust Toji. Damn, that old geezer poisoning her mind. And you're better off to asking this here Takashira Detective Agency instead. The guy's one hell of a gumshoe. Really? It seemed the girl was finally starting to find the old man sketchy as well. Fine, then how about this? I'll take you to the police HQ and introduce you to this detective who knows Ayato. I guess that's okay. Good, then it's a done deal. That asshole can take care of this walking headache himself. If he really fancies himself a police superintendent, he's gotta act the part every once in a while. Oh, but what if you're just trying to lure me somewhere else instead?
タクシーを使うから安心しなさい。
Relax, we'll be taking a cab, so there's no chance of that. Oh, I actually know now who it is, but I'll wait for the revelation to happen here in game. I left Inuya Tinagami Pharmaceuticals and returned to the MPD all by myself. At this point, he was a runaway bull I didn't have a prayer of stopping. But at the very least, I'd gotten some good info out of him. Honestly, it wasn't all that relevant to the case at hand. That being said, though, it was still something that needed clarifying in order to put an end to the living's obsessions. My case was more or less closed by this point. However, there still remained some loose ends that needed tying up naturally. Huh? What are you doing here? Toji was here at the CID Section 1 when I got in.
お前に客だ。
Bringing you a visitor.
依頼人と言って
No, a client.
依頼
Client?
まだ忙しい
Sorry, but
から
I've got
仕事
way
は
too
受
much
け
on
ら
my
れない
plate right now to slap another job on top of it.
人探しだそうだ。
She's looking for someone. Ask her for the details. Toji gestured toward the reception area. It was there that I saw a high school-aged girl sitting atop a couch.
ここに来たんだった
Why
ら
me?
有能な管理
There's
官
an
の
esteemed
頼
superintendent here she could ask instead.
警察の仕事ではないそうだ。
Because it's not really police work. Look, just have a word with her, will you? You're the perfect man for the job, trust me. Toji pushed me toward the girl.
あなたは
Who are you?
探偵の時坂
I'm
レイジ
Detective
と言います
Reiji Tokisaka.
人を
I
探して
hear
い
you're
る
looking for
そうです
someone.
あ、はい。
Yeah, his name is Ayato Hinagami. Everyone just sighs.
なんで皆さん
Why does everyone keep sighing? The girl panicked.
なんでと言われ
Let's
て
just say it would take a while to explain. I glanced at Toji, only to find her looking as far away as she could. Oh, that sneaky little. What's your name, by the way?
君の名前は
仕草弥生と言います。
Yeah. Yayoi Shigusa.
どうして名乗っただけでために
Why did the sound of my name make you sigh?
ということは
No, it's just forget it. So anyway, that must mean you're from Hitogata, right?
はい。
Yeah, how do you know?
でもなんでそれを
Seriously, would it have killed Toji to at least fill her in a little?
まあいろいろあって
Long story short, I know Ayato Hinagami and I know some things about Hitogata
中
too.
学のこともある程度
Who are
分
your
かっている
parents?
父は仕草健生。
Father is Kensei Shigusa and my mother is Mia.
なるほどね
Oh, I don't think I saw you when I was there just before New Year's though.
いなかったようだが
学生の数が
Local school closed due to a lack of students, so I've been boarding at another school that's farther away. I got back on New Year's Eve, so that's why you wouldn't have seen me. Made
し
sense.
かしなぜ
And why exactly are you looking for that nitwit, Ayato Hinagami?
あのそれがひながみの
Oh, well, the Hinagami family's patriarch has taken a turn for the worse. The Kuroya say he only has a week left, tops. Hidiomi Hinagami, huh? He had indeed looked like death warmed over when I met him, but I didn't know it was that bad.
今日東京に到着して
Arrived in Tokyo today and dropped by Hinagami Pharmaceuticals first, but it seemed like a bad time, so... A copy of this evening's paper sat next to Yayoi. Probably more or less learned what had happened from there.
カレンさんも逮捕された
I didn't know what to do when I heard Miss Karen had been arrested, so I figured I'd try to find the other person I was sent to get, Ayato Hinagami. Chihiro and Ayato would probably have to go back to Hitogata now that Hidiomi was at the end of his rope.
先ほどひながみ製薬に電話を
I
かけ
called Hinagami Pharmaceuticals just now, but I couldn't get a hold of their
こちらの要
president.
件は伝えたが 今の状況で
They
は
told me he probably wouldn't be able to leave with everything that's going on, even after I explained the circumstances.
せめてMasakiだけでも
And at least
返した方がい
Masaki
い
should
だろう
go back, even if he's the only Hinagami who can make the trip.
まさき
Masaki? Yayoi cooked her head.
彼は今事情があって
Ayato's going by the name Tomoyuki Masaki right now for personal reasons.
何か悪いことをした
Did he do something bad? Well, you don't even know how right you are about that. Oh, you don't even know half of it. Now that she needed enlightening of... Now, not that she needed enlightening, of course. Is he at the hospital, Toji? Probably. I told him to call me if anything changed since she's still unstable, so I doubt he's left. Got it. Ready to go see him? Oh, yeah. Yayoi rose to her feet. I'll be joining you on the trip back, by the way. I've got some business in Hitogata myself. Okay. Yayoi was clearly confused. Hardly a shock, since she hadn't been let in on anything. I snatched some documents off Yaginuma's desk as I got ready to go. One of these documents, then. Furthermore, I also decided to bring the photos Chizuru took over a decade and a half ago. Sure, you can just take those? Damn right, I mean, I'm the one who found them to begin with. You have a bag? A giant envelope suddenly appeared right in front of me. Here. Oh, thanks. Wait, when do you get here, Yaginuma? I swear I'll leave my desk for a few minutes and this is what happens? Make a habit out of larceny and I can set you up in a nice little holding cell. Go easy on me, I just need these, alright? Very well, I suppose I'll let that slide. What I can't extend the same courtesy to is your attempts to transform my department into a lost child center. Yaginuma glanced Yayoi's way. What else could I do? Your title's about all you're good for. You do well to remember that title is backed by a mountain of achievements, thank you very much. Yaginuma pompously combed up his bangs as though he fancied himself a peacock in human form. Of course I have to make the reference here. Because of course it made me think of Yakuza Kiwami 2. Peacocked your mom?
Huh?
But anyway, all that aside, I take it your return to Hitogata indicates you've discovered something, sir. Yeah, Inspector Inui told me something interesting about an old case, you see. Oh, speaking of which, he's still at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, so you'd better do something about that. Did I not ask you to handle the matter? Yeah, well, a calf like me couldn't get that old bullhead to budge. Probably faster if you used that fancy title of yours, and all the achievements holding it up to get rid of him instead. I highly doubt that man would have come all the way out to Tokyo and planted roots if he gave a damn about his place. Alright, he was. That said, we informed the Toyama Prefectural Police as well, so I believe he shall be sent back tomorrow. Hope it works out. Anyway, you ready? Yeah, sure. Hey, I actually got a ton of questions for you. Save them for later. We have a long and boring train route in our future anyway, remember? The only problem was whether Masaki would ultimately agree to go back with us. Not that it mattered, really. I'd drag him back by the collar if it came down to that. Still treated like a child, that guy, huh? Those crowds were insane. Yayoi was astonished by what she saw at every step of the way. A classic country folk reaction. Yeah, that's cause it's rush hour. It felt like midnight because the sun set so early in the winter, but in actuality it wasn't even 6 p.m. So much had happened the last 2 days that just a single day felt endless. The parking lot was deserted, and there were no outpatients in sight. So the Kuroya's relatives run this hospital? And you're related to the Kuroya's too, though? Hold on a sec. Yeah, I think the current director is my grandma's sister's son's wife's sister's son, right? Probably. I didn't have the energy to mentally verify that information.
まあそのおばあちゃんのお姉さんのお孫さ
Your
んが
grandma's
中にいるだろうか。
sister's grandson is probably in there right now.
誰ですかそれ
Who?
今の自分が数
Do
え
the
た
math
順
and
番を
you'll
辿って
figure
み
it
なさい。
out. I ended up bumping into Kohado before I found Masaki's.
山之内先生。
Good evening, Dr. Yamanouchi.
あら時坂さん
My, good evening to you, Mr. Tokisaka. And this is... Kohado cocked her head when she saw Yayoi.
はあ、今は
Don't worry
気にしない
about
でくだ
that
さい。
right now. By the way, how's
それよりも
Tori doing?
とり
今は眠っています
Sleeping at the moment. We hooked her up to an IV, so physically she'll be fine. It's just, well...
精神
The problem is mental, I take it. Yes, we're planning to put her through psychological therapy, but I'm afraid I have no idea when we can begin.
いつから始められるかは
すみません。
The same.
よろしくお願いします。
Maybe you can put her in a cell for assaulting Yukiko, and then she can, you know, have therapy session with with Orokushiki. There's a door-to-door, right?
あと
Also, we haven't been able to get in touch with her parents.
彼女はもと
Don't
も
want
と
to sing
孤児
about
だ
it,
ったよう
but
です
she
が
used to be an orphan, so maybe, just maybe.
そんな見捨てられて
Oh
いら
no,
っしゃ
do
る
you
のです
think
か
they've abandoned her?
わかりません。
I wish I knew. That was all I could say. It was clear her parents weren't home either way.
ここの入院費用はこちらで持ち
I'll
ます。
front her hospital bills.
それを心
That
配
wasn't
してい
what
る
I
の
was
ではありません
concerned about. Have you discussed any of this
警
with the
察の方
police?
には相談されていますか
その点は問題
Don't
ありませ
worry,
んよ。
there aren't any problems on that end. I lied on the spot. By all rights, we should have been issuing a search for Tori's parents ASAP, but I needed to speak to her beforehand.
それで、まさきは
Anyways, Masaki here.
ええ今は食堂
Oh
で
yeah, I
夕飯を
believe
い
he's
ただいてい
eating
る
in the
と思います
cafeteria right now. What does he think this is, a paid vacation?
あれ時坂さん
Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. It was right then that Masaki returned. With Michiro clinging to his arm for some reason.
懐かれてるな。お前
Looks like you got yourself a pet.
は
I suppose that's one way of putting it. Anyways, there's something you need.
お前に客だよ。
I've brought you a visitor. I pointed at Yayoi.
客
Huh?
ひながみ
Excuse me, are you Ayato Hinagami? Yayoi, that's Michiro you're asking. The one and only. Okay. I like that she just plays along. Michiro
い
nodded.
や、違うだろ
Don't fall for it, she's just screwing with you.
じゃ
Wait,
じゃ
then
あこっち
he's?
の人が
ひながみあやとです
Yes, I am Ayato Hinagami. Masaki introduced himself.
私
I'm Yayoi Shigusa.
やよい
Yayoi.
あ
Alright.
ケンセイさんの娘さん
Kensei's daughter.
覚えていて
You remember
くれ
me?
ましたか
Yes, I saw you when you were a baby, and then again in the short time I was back right after the war. Not that she would remember any of that, obviously. Regardless, what had possessed her to believe, even for a second, that a girl about her age would be Ayato.
ひながみ
Hinagami? Michiro shot Masaki a confused look. A natural reaction, really.
こいつは
He's got two names for,
2つあるんだよ。
let's just say, reasons. I explained instead. Huh. However, she sounded like she couldn't have cared less. So, what are you doing here in Tokyo?
ああそうでした
Alright. That almost slipped my mind. Well, the Hinagami patriarch's condition took a turn for the worse.
じいさんが
You mean grandfather?
既得だそうだ。
Yeah, it sounds like this is finally it. Your old man can't return to Hitogata with everything going on at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals right now. So you're the only one available.
ですが
I'm no longer Hinagami, so...
ひながみの人間ではありませんから
Masaki shook his head.
そんな
But...
お前がひながみを
Look, it's fine if you want to refuse the Hinagami throne or cut ties with them.
せめて
But you should at least be there to send your grandfather off.
それは
I...
確かに
No, perhaps you're
その
right.
必要はあるかもしれませんが
Masaki hung his head. By the way, I'm also planning to go with you to do some more sniffing around.
自分を出しにする
So what, I'm just your excuse? Come on, don't say that. The timing just happened to work out by pure chance, alright?
わかりました
Fine, I'm in. Masaki snorted. Great, then let's go to Ueno on the double. Should be able to make the night train.
もう行くんですか
Hold on, we're going now? It's a long trip, so the sooner the better.
でも準備とかは
Shouldn't we at least take a night to pack up and everything, though? We can just buy some stuff at our connection in Toyama. Does that work for you, Yayoi?
見つけたらすぐに戻るように
Yeah, I
言われ
was
ています
told to
から
bring him back as soon as I found him, after all. Swell! Alright then, let's hit the road.
いってらっしゃい。
Have a good trip. See you, Michiru. Oh, hey, Michiru, want me to bring you back anything?
蜃気楼
A mirage? I don't think I can carry one of those, sorry. Well. Things are moving forward fast now. I wonder if we're gonna get all the answers we need in Hitogata. Okay. Yeah, I guess at age you must have figured something out about Satsuki and all that when he was told that she was still, or the corpse they found was still a virgin. Or at the very least, he believes he can find new evidence pointing him in the right direction in regards to that. We arrived in Hitogata after a full day of travel. I know this is my second time here, but leaving straight from Tokyo sure has me beat. Wish I could have at least taken the nap first. Stretched my limbs once we got off the bus.
だから言ったじゃないですか
Don't say I didn't warn you. I mean, yeah, sure, but I figured you'd lose the will to come back here if I gave you a night's rest.
そもそもろくに決心もしてませ
I
ん
didn't even have much of that to begin with. Masaki picked up his bag. Oh, and stay with your family here. I'm not paying your infare.
分かってますよ
Alright, alright. Disgruntled Masaki nodded. I take it you live at the shrine, Yayoi?
あの石段登るの
Yeah, it's such a pain in the Tokas, I don't know what that is. It's pain in the ass, probably, going up and down those stairs, though.
送って行った方がいいかな
Would you like me to walk you?
大丈夫ですよ慣れて
Nah,
ま
it's
すし
fine. I'm used to it. Yayoi chuckled. Just go home and see your grandfather already.
分かってま
You
す
don't have to remind me. Masaki, peeved at my prodding, started making his way to the Hinagami estate.
じゃあ私もこれで失礼します
I'm gonna go home too. Good night. Thanks, watch yourself on the way back. Oh, and tell your dad I might be paying him a visit tomorrow.
わかりました
Sure thing. Yayoi bowed and followed Masaki down the snow-laden road. Guess I'll head for the inn. Though I didn't have a reservation, I couldn't imagine they were fully booked or even had other customers for that matter. Don't go peeking on you. Again. Masaki stopped in front of his family home and took stock of it. The path had been swept clear already, leaving no obstacles to the door. That said, the snow removal job looked far sloppier than usual, perhaps because Yuka was no longer with them. It also could have had something to do with how the only ones left in the house were his grandmother and his dying grandfather, the former keeping vigil at the latter's side. Masaki took a deep breath and stepped inside once his nerves were steeled.
ただいま戻りました
I'm back. He entered the living room and raised his voice. However, there was no response. The only sound was that of crackling from the blazing hearth. Masaki knew everyone was probably in his grandfather's room. Still, he couldn't muster the resolve to go in there. Not right away, anyway. Thus, he instead lowered his back to the ground and sat by the unmanned fire. He took an iron kettle off the pot hook and poured its water into a tiny teapot before taking a teacup from the cupboard and brewing some tea.
俺にも入れてくれないか。
Might you make a cup for me as well? Masaki turned around to the face a voice.
おじさん
Uncle Yuzuru. Yuzuru had emerged from Hidiomi's room.
早かったな。
She certainly got here fast. He took a seat right next to Masaki.
ええ弥生ちゃんに教えられて
Yes, I came over as soon as Yayoi gave me the news. Masaki said a teacup before Yuzuru.
悪いな。
Thanks. How's grandfather doing?
ここ数日は
He's only woken up a handful of times over these last few days,
なんとか
and merely for a few minutes each. It's honestly a miracle he's lasted this long.
ここ数日という
Last few days, does that mean...
カレンのことは伝えて
No,
ない
he hasn't heard about Karen.
こちらで
We
も
ourselves don't really know the details of that either, though.
状況
All we
が
have
よ
to
く
go
わ
off
かって
is
い
a
ないとい
phone
う
call we got from Tokyo.
その電話は親父が
Was it my father who called?
なあ
Yeah, he
こちらに
apologized
来
that
ら
he
れない
couldn't
こと
make
を
it.
詫びていた
Yuzuru sipped his tea.
ばあさんには
Grandmother's been
知らせておいた
informed, however. She's gotten so little sleep that she's resting right now.
そうですか
I see.
お前も疲れているだろう
I'm sure the same goes for you after the trip over, so get some sleep.
俺がついている
I'll
から
stay with your grandfather.
おじさんこそ疲れているんじゃないですか
No, you must be far more
夜
exhausted
の間
than
は
me.
自分がじいさんを見ています
Go rest while I stand watch over grandfather.
そうか
Thank you. Yuzuru
具
nodded.
体的には何を
What
すればいい
exactly must I do, though?
何か異常が見られたら知らせて
Just
くれ
let
る
me
だ
know
ろ
if there's any change. Apart from that,
それ以外は
he's too far gone for us to be of any help.
わかりました
Alright. Masaki got up and he headed for Hidiomi's room. There he found his grandfather resting in a futon at the center. Hidiomi didn't so much as twitch. Masaki couldn't even tell if he was breathing. That was how eerily quiet the room was. Masaki sat by his grandfather's bedside and watched him sleep. He's gotten so old. He actually still looks the same as the last time when he was bedridden at New Year's, but you know. Though Masaki had thought the same last month, seeing his grandfather so close to the end of his mortal coil really drove that point home. Back in the day, Hidiomi had struck spine-tingling terror into him. He had ruled over the Hinagami family, no, all of Hitogata with an iron fist. And yet, here he was now, a paralyzed mass of skin and bones, huddled under a tiny futon. The sight forced Masaki to acknowledge just how much time had passed, whether he liked it or not.
じいさん
Forgive me, grandfather, but I had no intention of taking over the family. Those words fell on deaf ears. What if he just woke up in that moment and he was... and be like, what the fuck you say? I trudged through the snowy streets until I found myself back at the Futami Inn. The atmosphere of the settlement had already told me there were unlikely to be any guests.
悪いね今日
Sorry, but we've
部屋は
got no
ない
room for you. And yet the elderly proprietress sprang that on me as soon as I asked to stay the night.
いやいや見た感じ
It certainly doesn't look like you've got anyone else staying here, though. Naturally, I was determined not to give in without a fight. I'd literally freeze to death if I couldn't stay here after all.
失礼な男だね
This courteous stripling, that's exactly why we have no room available for you.
なぜですか
I'm afraid I don't follow.
部屋の掃除をしてない
The rooms
から
haven't been cleaned, so I can't have you staying somewhere covered in dust.
使わせるわけにはいかないよ
こちらはそれでも
Oh no, I don't mind, really. Not when my only other option was turning into a snow cone.
納屋でもいいのなら止められないことはない
Suppose I could let you stay in the shed then. What, that's supposed to be any cleaner? Or so I wish to have had the guts to say anyway.
ちょっとおばあちゃん
What do you think you're doing, Grandma? Hey, beast, you saving the day. You came running over just when I started to look like this Cold War would never end.
こんな時間に来ていただいたお客様を
You
追い返
can't
す
turn
なんて
away a guest who's come at such a late hour.
どうも先日はお世話になりまし
Good
た
evening. Thank you for all your help last time we met. I greeted you. Ah, Mr. Tokisaka, wasn't it? Welcome. You bowed before turning back to Yoshi.
お一人様だったら奥のまで十分だから
The room in the back will be plenty for a single guest, so I'll take him there myself.
勝手にしとくれ
Suit yourself. I'm not feeding him, though. Yoshi backed off, making no attempt to mask the irritation on her visage. So sorry she treated you like that. You got on her hands and knees, bowing as she sincerely apologized. No, don't be. It's my fault for just bursting in this late without so much as a heads up. I took Yu's hand and helped her back up.
ではご案内
Allow me to show you to your room. The room in question was relatively clean and perfectly habitable, though I could have done without a biting chill. You filled the brazier with some charcoal.
申し訳ありません
Terribly sorry, but it will take quite some time for the
かな
room
り
to
時
heat
間
up.
がかかってしまいまして
Don't worry, I understand. I set down my bag, hung up my coat, and sat on a legless chair.
今着替えとお布団を
I'll
お
be
持ちし
right
ます
back
の
with a
で
change of clothes and a futon for you.
それは後で構いません。
Oh no, that's fine.
その前に
That can wait a minute.
これを
Could you
見て
please
いただ
take
け
a
ます
look
か
at these photos first? I retrieved some photos from my bag and arranged them across the table.
これ
Oh
を
my, these are from the festival, aren't they?
お祭りですね
You picked up one up and looked it over.
戦前こちらに来ていらした
That's what I've been told anyway.
千鶴さんからお
Chizuru
預かりしました
Kuchiki gave them to me. She took these when she stayed here just before the war broke out. So they're from that year, are they?
時のお祭りですね
You stared longingly at the photos. Just then her face suddenly fell.
おひ
So Ohina, Karen was,
存じてましたか
Yes, I haven't been told all the details, but I heard she was
詳細は
arrested.
知りませんが
You stared at a photo of herself, Karen and Meguri.
おひなは
Ohina really loved Ito that much, did she?
昔から
Was she always like that?
そうですね
I suppose so. She said it was because they were twins and she'd been together with him longer than anyone else.
だからといって人を
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me. I'm pretty close with my brother, but when I see twins interacting with one another, it seems almost bewildering how close they are with one another. Like they always want to do everything together, and that sort of business. So I feel like this is actually hard to put yourself into the shoes of someone like that, understanding that properly. But yeah, anyways, that's just a little tangent here. Still no excuse for murder. No, it most certainly is not. You nodded and flipped through the photos. Next was another shot of the festival.
この方のことをご存知です
Do
か
you know who this is? I pointed Satsuki out.
さっちゃん
Yes, that's Satchan, Satsuki. I heard she was to be married to Ayato.
聞いていましたが
それは知っていた
You
のです
knew that too? Only in the capacity that I heard my grandmother and the others her age say as much. Grandma said that the guest was to be treated with the utmost care, that she would someday wed into the Hinagami family.
集落の人間に
So
と
the
って
townsfolk only knew her as a guest promised to the Hinagami scion, right then?
おっしゃっている意味がよく
I'm
わ
not
かりません
quite sure what you're getting at, but it is said that each generation of Hinagami marries a guest that suddenly appears. So that's their perception of the matter, huh?
巫女が嫁ぐという発
There are
想
no
は
tales of
ない
them
の
marrying the oracle or anything of the sort? You shook her head.
考
I
えたこと
never
もあり
even
ません
considered
で
it.
した
After all, Meguri and I
だって
wouldn't have been approached with those marriage proposals if that were the
私
truth.
や巡りのところへ結婚の話が来るはずもありませんから
なるほど
I say. It probably didn't think she and the oracle had anything in common.
あら
Oh? Suddenly you raised an eyebrow after seeing her eyes on another photo.
何かありましたか
It's setting her eyes, I was gonna say. That didn't make any sense. Something the matter?
こ
Look at this photograph. You pointed to a photo of the oracle in profile at the dark place.
これは
This
ミコ
is
ですか
the oracle, right? Though hard to make out, her outfit was practically identical to the one Karen had worn.
この写真は
When was this
い
taken?
つ撮られたものですか？
おそらく祭りの時だと思います
During the
が
festival, I think. That was what it seemed like from the rest of the photos anyway.
さつきさんではありませんか？
This is Satsuki, isn't it?
そうですか
Really? I'd never met her myself, and the photo quality wasn't the best, so I couldn't tell. My curiosity piqued. I set the photo side by side with another one of Satsuki.
似ているような気
They
がし
sure
ます
look alike to me. Would have been easy if only I had another photo of her from the same angle. That said, Chizuru hadn't denied that Satsuki had been the oracle, so I assumed it was all but a given by this point. If that was true, then there wouldn't have been anything unusual about Satsuki performing the ceremonial dance as the oracle.
おかしいです。
This doesn't make sense. However, you seem to think otherwise.
何がおかしいのですか
What doesn't?
さつきさんがこの装束を着ることは
Satsuki
で
couldn't
きない
have been
は
wearing
ずです
this outfit.
それは彼女がミコではない
Why? Because you think she wasn't the oracle? But
ですが
いえ、
no, it's not just
それ
that.
だけではありません。
You interrupted.
この後
Not only did Satsuki watch the oracle dance with us
ミコの
after
舞
this
を
was
見ていたん
taken,
です。
but she was
その前もずっ
also
と
with us
私
the
たち
whole
と一緒
time
でした。
beforehand.
つまり
I mean, for this to add up,
同じ時間
it
に
would have
さつ
been
きさん
have
が
to been
二人
two
いたという
Satsukis at the
こと
same
ですか
time. In that case, did that mean Chizuru's film had been stolen to keep that a secret? And if so, had the theft been carried out by someone close to the oracle? One who knew her secret?
だからおかしいと思います。
That's why I'm saying this doesn't make any
何か
sense.
思い違いをして
Perhaps I have the
いる
wrong
のかも
idea
しれま
about
せん
something?
が
So there was a Satsuki with you and her friends, and then there was the oracle. If I pieced together all the facts, then that meant the two of them were probably... Well, I mean, twins would make sense, right? I guess. But I'm gonna stick to the guide just to see where this is gonna lead us. Illness. Must be this one. Someone completely unrelated. So that one, I guess. I mean, yeah, they're obviously not the same person. That much is for sure. Twins? I mean, twins are also separate individuals, wouldn't you say? But, yeah, no.
全くの別人
Two of them were probably completely separate individuals, meaning the oracle and Satsuki weren't related.
ですが、この写
But
真は
don't these photographs look like they're of the same
同じ人
person?
物に見えます。
You laid them side by side again.
確かによく
They're
似てい
not
ます
wrong, but it's possible they brought in a
よく似た人
doppelganger
物
or
を
something.
連れてきたとも考えられます
さつきさんは
You mean to say Satsuki was the
ミコが
oracle's
影武者だと
body
おっしゃる
double?
のですか？
Double?
その可能性
Oh
は
my
高
god.
いと思います
I believe that's very likely, yes.
でもそれな
But
らば
that still wouldn't explain why
私は
Meguri and I
巡
were
りに結
approached
婚
to
の
marry
話が来た
Ayato.
ことの筋が通ります。
Because if that what you're saying is true, then only Satsuki would have died. Meaning the oracle would, should still be alive and well.
その時殺されたのはさつきさんでは
What if the one who was killed wasn't Satsuki, but rather the oracle, though? Well, that would actually make sense, because we know that Satsuki was the one who had, you know, intercourse with Ayato, so she couldn't have been the one who was hung up, but if I remember correctly, remember back to that cutscene that we saw in the storehouse, I saw that it was actually Satsuki who murdered the doll, or doppelganger, if you will. Well, you shut your mouth. Whatever the truth may be, the fact remains that there were two Satsukis.
証拠
Do you have any proof?
ある
ええ
Yes. The fact that the deceased had been a virgin. Considering Masaki and Satsuki had made love, That didn't make any sense.
警察の司法解剖記録から
An autopsy performed by the police confirmed the girl Ayato met and the girl who was killed were different people, which would mean that the one who died was the original Oracle.
そう考えれば
And will also explain why you and your friend were approached with marriage proposals. However, I also had evidence that Satsuki had been the Oracle. So how was I to settle that paradox? If all this is true, then what happened to Satsuki? Where did she go? Now, that's the $64,000 question right there. Even if we assume that she was the Oracle's body double, oh my god, why do I constantly pronounce it wrong? Doesn't explain why she vanished. If anything, she should have taken over for the Oracle after the latter's death. So then, why didn't she? Was it because she wasn't Hinagami by blood? If so, it'd be impossible for them to be twins.
つかぬことをお聞きしますが
By the way, I know this is a weird question, but what's your blood type? A, but why do you ask?
そうですか
Same. So she fit the criteria just as I'd suspected. Still, I couldn't bring myself to take that line of inquiry any further, such as by asking her about her father. I think he's probably right with this assumption about it being Shizuru. That just seems plausible at this point. Today was coming of age day. Alright. Not that it was relevant to me in any way, shape, or form, mind. I'd already had my turn at it 10 years ago, and holidays didn't mean a damn when you were a detective anyway. If anything, they only gave me migraines, since they meant government offices were closed for the day. Though obviously I already knew pissing and moaning about all this in the middle of nowhere wasn't going to do me any good. Shaking my head, I took stock of the crossroads near Hitogata's dead center. Before me was the staircase to Shikusa Shrine. To the right was the Hinagami estate, and to the left was the Kuroya clinic. Ultimately, I decided to have a chat with the Kuroyas first. They were probably the easiest ones to talk to, considering how abnormal the settlement was and all. If there was even if there's even anyone there, that's the question, because Yuzuru was over there. And is there anyone else in there? Oh yeah, maybe So Kuroya, if he's still alive. Oh, we met before, haven't we? The door opened to reveal So, the director of the clinic.
どうも先日も
Good morning, my name is Tokisaka. I was here to visit just last month. Right, that was it. Now I remember. Sorry, my memory's just not what it used to be. Anyway, come in. Though I'm sorry to say we can't offer much in the way of hospitality, forgive the pun.
失礼します
No offense taken. I followed So inside. So escorted me to the reception room, where I took a seat at his urging. I'm all alone right now, since my son-in-law's out on a house call.
ひながみ秀臣さんの
To Hideyomi Hinagami, I take it. Indeed. Looks like it's finally his time. Not even he could defeat the hands of the clock that claims us all. I myself may not be too far behind him, given my age. Well, he looks a lot fitter than Hideyomi, that's for sure. Said the guy who looked like he could run a marathon if he really wanted to. So did you come to ask about how he's holding up?
いえ
No, I'm actually here about something much farther back. That is to say, Satsuki, the girl who appeared in Hitogata just before the war broke out. Oh dear. How unfortunate it is that my memory is failing me.
老人というのは得てして
I saw they said the elderly could remember things like they were only yesterday. Suppose you have me there. Suicide and defeat. Well then, what do you want to know?
彼女がここに
Did your clinic ever give Satsuki a checkup while she was still alive? If so, I'd like to see her
そういった
chart.
記録が見たいのです
And what good will that do?
ひな神家に
It'll help me put an end to the obsessions that haunts the Hinagami family. No, all of Hitogata.
パラノイア
Obsessions, huh? So aside.
戦争も終わり
Certainly can't deny that the citizens, starting with the Hinagamis, remain yoked to the settlement's old customs, even after the dawn of this post-war era. Could I ask you to put an end to it before Hideyomi passes? I believe that's his life's greatest regret. Oh? Okay. I saw he was all about that kind of stuff, to be honest, but maybe not.
約束します
I will. I swear it. Thank you. And follow me. So rose to his feet and headed for the door opposite me. I took a seat after he showed me the examination room. The old child should be right around here. So began rifling through the papers.
さつきさんは
How long was
どのくらい
Satsuki
こちらに
around, if I
滞
may
在
ask?
していたんですか
A few months. The Shigusas brought her here in December. Then she passed away in March. Aha! Found it. So handed me a file.
何か持病のようなものはあ
Did
り
you have any chronic diseases or anything of the sort? None that we had the equipment to detect. However, my son-in-law thought she was somewhat mentally unstable. Is this what he was talking about? A sentence in the chart caught my eye. Exhibits symptoms of dependency. Said supposedly she talked to herself all the time in her room. She would look into a mirror there and hold conversations with herself, or so I've heard.
精神分裂病の傾向
Also a symptom of schizophrenia, isn't it? Yes, my son-in-law was concerned about the same thing.
しかし実
That wasn't
態は
actually the case. I pointed to Satsuki Shigusa's blood type. A, B. How is that important?
さつきさんと思われる
The
少女
body
の遺体
believed
は
to be Satsuki's was type A, while her genotype was AA. So who was this Satsuki then? So far it is bro.
さつきさんが二人いる
I have other
可能性は
evidence that should
他の証拠からも上がっています
suggests there were two Satsukis, but if that's true, then just who were they?
何者なのか
I showed Soph the photos from the festival.
一方は綾人君
One
と
of
して
them was with
共に
Ayato and his friends, while the other dressed up
巫
as
女の装束
Yoracle.
をまとっていま
The
す
former also apparently watched the ceremonial dance with
綾人君は
Ayato.
さつきさんと共に見ていたそうです二人のさつきさんが
With that in mind, I can
二人の
only
女として
imagine there were
分かれ
two
ている
Satsukis, one performing the dance, the other watching it.
二卵性の相
While they
戦
could have had different blood types if they were fraternal twins, that would require their mother to have also been at type AB. Mendel's laws, huh? Rika Inagami was type AO, right? I don't think I need to answer that. You've already figured out as much. So heaved a very sigh. Tell me exactly how much do you know, sir? I'm a doctor, a quack who cannot cure diseases at their sources. Thus I know nothing which extends beyond my station. Not giving yourself a lot of credit there, huh? Your station, huh? I'll take that to mean you're aware of the truth behind the Hinagami bloodline. So didn't answer. The type AA Satsuki who was killed was probably Shizuru and Rika's daughter, the true oracle. Meanwhile, Ayato and Karen are Rika and Yuzuru's children, as only two type AOs could have produced type O children. But that raises the question of who this type AB Satsuki is. She looks a lot like the other Satsuki in the photo, so I'm guessing they were related. The Shigusa family were predominantly type Bs, so perhaps she had been one of them. Unfortunately, finding her was probably one or the only way of clarifying that theory. You won't get anything out of me. So shrugged. With Yoshimitsu Shigusa dead and Hideyomi due to join him, I'm all that's left of the old generation. So, don't think you taking that secret to the grave would be the best way for me to put an end to these obsessions or whatnot you're going on about? I see where you're coming from, but right now, I care more about saving a certain someone. So you mean the Hinagami boy? Screw him. If he comes crying for help, I'll just tell him to save himself. That was just a flat-out rejection if I've ever seen one. Yeah, it's probably Nui, right? Good idea. He could stand to confront his own problems for once. But anyway, the one who I'm talking about is someone who doesn't have that strength, someone whose whereabouts remain a mystery. I'm of course talking about the type AB Satsuki, though who knows if she truly exists. I'd more or less cleared up where the type AA Satsuki had come from. However, the other one was completely a different story. I wouldn't know, sad to say. So shook his head. He wore the face of someone speaking true, not a man of trying to hide something. I'd completely forgotten about Mendel's laws long ago, you see. I don't believe that. Oh, and what makes you think otherwise? You weren't all that surprised when I brought up the possibility of there being two Satsukis, that's what. I find it hard to believe a doctor like yourself wouldn't have noticed the blood type discrepancy. However, you covered it up, not just for the Hinagamis and Shigusas, but also to conceal what your son-in-law had done, right? Turning a blind eye had probably been the smart move for him, considering all the bloodlines involved. All hell would have broken loose if it ever gotten out that the heir to the Hinagami family had, in fact, been sired by the son who'd married into the Kuroyas. You give me far too much credit. So shrugged. The Hinagamis have passed down their own blood, while we Kuroyas have passed our own blood down to Naori. That's the way the story should be. I suppose you're right. Agreeing with him was all I could do at that moment. It was very unlikely that the Hinagami family bloodline, that was to say, blood founded purely upon incestuous marriage, would pass to another generation in accordance with bizarre customs. Wouldn't that spell the end of the obsessions then? Set Hideyomi's mind at ease. This whole thing has been a source of great torment to him for far too long. I will. I left the Kuroya clinic. Well, I just dropped a bombshell there on that old man, but... I mean, maybe it was necessary, right? For the sake of this case. I left the Kuroya clinic and made a beeline for the Hinagami estate through Kamihina. This is it. This is well purged all the obsessions surrounding the oracle. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Why do you have to come and rain on my parade? Huh? But you're the one who came here. Masaki pouted. What are you doing outside, anyway? Shoveling the snow. There isn't anyone else to do it with Yuka-gon, so... Now that you mention it, there was indeed a shovel sticking up in the snow not too far from him. Need a hand? I offered him my assistance before I even realized what I was doing. I wouldn't recommend it. This sort of manual labor kills your back unless you're used to it. Says the guy who hasn't done it in over a decade. It all came back to me once I got to work. Masaki grabbed the shovel and put his back into scooping up some snow. Would you still like to try? Nah, I'll pass. Gonna look like a dumbass if I make a big speech while crawling on the ground, all because I threw my back out. Take it you're up to something. That's one way of putting it. I looked up at the Grand Hinagami estate. How's your granddad doing? Was unconscious when I checked on him this morning. Apparently his pulse is dropping, so he might not even make it to the night. Masaki hung his head. I say, do you mind if I went and saw him? No, though honestly, I doubt he'll be awake.
一応
Probably not. Still, I want to take a look anyway. You think Yuzuru will be equally happy about that? Or does he just not give a shit at the moment? An old man lay in a futon at the room's center. His skin was pallid as candle wax, his eyes were sunken in, and his breathing was uneven. He'd already looked like a man at the end of his days the last time we met, but even that had been nothing compared to this. Yuzuru was sitting next to him.
どうも
Hello.
君か。
Now there's a face I wasn't expecting to see all the way out here.
ええやり残したことがあった
Yes, well, I had some unfinished business to attend to. I'll say. Yuzuru didn't inquire further.
親父は見ての通りだ。
Can see for yourself how my father is doing, so while I may not know what you're planning,
あなたはおおよその見当がついていると
oh,
思
I
います
think you have a
が
pretty good idea.
協
You
力
did
を
help
してい
me
ただいた
set
中で
this
す
up
し
after all.
わざわざ電信で君の元へ送った
So that's why you had me send that telegram straight to you, huh?
警察がどうのというの
I had
は
a feeling all that talk about the police was a crock of shit.
嘘ではありませ
It
んが
wasn't. We did indeed manage to identify the body thanks to that, after all.
それを親父に突きつけるつもりだった。
Now you've come to confront my father about it. Is that the idea?
ええ
Exactly.
So it's
Or
not
at least
just-
it was. However, one look at Hideomi told me that would be all but impossible in his current state. Might need to start looking to a plan B.
マリコさんはいらっしゃいますか
Mariko here.
祖母は部屋で休んでいると思い
Grandmother?
ます
She should be resting in her room.
ではここへ
Then bring her... On second thought, no, this isn't the sort of conversation to be having on a man's deathbed.
では今へ呼んできます
So, summon her to the living room then. Masaki got up and left the room.
あのリストから身元が判明したという
You said you
ことは
identified the body from that list, right? Then that must mean...
あなたが思っている通りだと思いますよ
Yeah, I'm sure your imagination is right on the money. Though I suspect you may have already
そ
known
の
for a
前から
while.
知っていたことなのかもしれませんが
黒屋に行ってからは
I haven't known-
何も知らされていないよ
I haven't known what's been happening with the Hinagamis since I married into the Kuroyas. Yuzuru shook his head.
ではあなたがひながみ家にいた時のことはどうで
Then
し
what
ょ
about before that? Back
う
when you
似
were
たような
still
こと
a
が延
Hinagami.
々と続いて
It's
きています
hardly...
よね
This is hardly the first time something like this has happened, is it?
俺も兄貴もその飲酒に
My
は
brother
うん
and
ざ
I
り
have
している
both fed up with that tradition. No offense to my father, that is. Yuzuru's eyes shifted toward Hideomi.
確かにしずるさんも
Chizuru certainly didn't sound like a fan of the practice. He even told Ayato to live his life however he wished.
こんな閉鎖的な社会
In
は
any case,
いず
it's
れ
probably
滅ぶ
only a matter of time
いや
before this type of insular society goes extinct. In fact, you came here to put an end to it, didn't you?
文化は尊重されてしかるべきです
I
ね
believe that while culture
それ
should
が
be
個
worn
々の
their
自
due
由を押し
respect,
てはならない
they
と
also
考え
shouldn't
ています
repress individual liberties
それ
either.
が今の世の考
That's the
え
dominant
です
ideology of the modern world.
なるほどな
Sounds
し
nice.
かしそ
I
の
doubt
考
my
えを
mother can
お
ever
袋
come
が
around
理
to
解
that
できるとは
mindset, though.
思えないが
マリコさんも
Because
巫
she
女だっ
was
たから
once
で
an
す
oracle too.
その質問には答えら
I
れない
can't answer that question, though. What I can say is that she's made protecting our culture her raison d'etre. And those were exactly the kind of people who took away individual liberties.
あの人たちは
Besides, it's probably
今さ
far
ら
too
自
late
由
to
を
free
与えられ
those
て
like
も無
her.
駄だろうからな
今まで支えてきたものを
Perhaps.
手放せというの
I can
は
imagine how difficult it is to cut ties with the tenants that have guided you for so long. Regardless, it had to be done. Just then the door opened, revealing Masaki's face.
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka.
Ah.
Right, coming. I'm trying to think of which body they are actually talking about. I'm drawing a blank there at the moment. Anyway, whatever. Mariko was probably waiting for me out there. I got up and bowed to Yuzuru.
自分はここで親父を見て
Go ahead, I'll stay and watch over my father.
Eh.
Yes, of course.
よろしくお願いしま
Let
す
us know if anything happens. Sitting in the living room, seat of honor was none other than Mariko Hinagami, the matriarch of the household.
お邪魔しております
I apologize for intruding at such a difficult time. Indeed. Her face looked completely drained. She must have spent night after sleepless night tending to her husband. State your business.
東京でのことはお聞き及びかと思い
I
ます
believe you received word of what transpired back in Tokyo, correct? You refer to Karen, I take it. Mariko sighed. Cannot fathom why she would ever do such a thing.
そうですか
Are you sure? If anything, I'd think you of all people would understand her. What would ever give you such an idea? Do tell.
先日桐村由香さんが殺された
You
現
stole
場
and
で
destroyed the clay doll that was at the scene of Yuka Kirimura's murder just a few weeks ago. I believe that is because you understood why Karen did what she did.
ことだと思いますが
All I said was that no curse had occurred, nothing more. Not even denying what she did, huh?
あの時は
But remember correctly, you said that the curse hadn't occurred because the oracle wasn't around.
おっしゃいましたね
Indeed, I did.
つまり
Should I take that to mean you acknowledge that Karen wasn't the oracle?
巫女にな
That
れ
she
ない
could
と
never
いう
become the
認識でよ
oracle?
ろしいですか
The oracle is a blessing from the heavens. She's not something that you can become. Yeah, right. Mariko shook her head. Of course she has to say that because that's their dogma, I guess. Mariko shook her head. It appeared she wasn't going to budge on her story. As such, I'd have to switch tactics until I shattered that wall between us.
カレンさんが逮捕されたことによって
Hinagami Pharmaceuticals is in dire straits due to Karen's arrest. What is the Hinagami family's stance on that matter? Brave a state of affairs, though it may be, it is restricted to the company itself. It has no bearing on our family. She spoke as if that were all happening worlds away. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals was the pillar that kept the Hinagami family standing, yet the turmoil within it seemed to not bother her at all. That is why I wish to ready Ayato to take over the family as soon as possible. Mariko's gaze swiveled over to her grandson. Masaki looked away.
しかしひながみ家の
You
伝
treasure
統
the
を
Hinagami
守り守り
family's
守り
traditions
守り
more than
守り
any other. So are you certain that's what you truly want? Fail to see where you're getting at. Explain. Her eyes locked onto me this time.
綾人君の結婚相手は誰でもいいというわけで
Ayato
は
can't
ないでし
just
ょう
marry anyone, not in your eyes, right?
ハマっていた
But
女
now
性たち
Karen's gone and
カレン
murdered
さん
everyone
に
who
よっ
would
て殺され
fit
た
the
のですか
bill. Way. Mariko's voice trembled ever so slightly.
しかしそれだって
However,
妥協の産物
even
で
they
しか
were
な
a
いです
little more than a concession. After all, the Hinagami Creed states that every woman who marries into the family must be an oracle.
マリコさん
Be honest with me,
あな
Mariko.
たも
You and Rika
そして
Hinagami
ひながみ
both
美香さん
played the role of the oracle back in your
昔は
younger
巫
days,
女として
didn't you?
活動なさっていたのでしょう
The Hinagami family matriarch need not be the oracle. Did she even realize that she'd basically all but confirmed that the oracle married into the Hinagami family with that statement? I mean, this was the woman who was supposed to deny that notion no matter how badly I'd backed her into a corner.
一番重要なのは
What matters most is that she is of Hinagami blood. Thus, there was hardly a concession made in choosing those women under your oracle's stead.
ことにも納得がいきます
She can't answer, can she?
カレンさんは
Karen wanted to be the oracle so she could marry her brother, much like you and
兄
Hidiomi.
と結ばれる
I was taking a wild shot in the dark here. After all, I had nothing substantiating that Hidiomi and Mariko were siblings. Karen could not rise to the seat of oracle
子供が産めないから
because she was infertile, yes.
しかしそれでは
That would affirm that the oracle marries into the Hinagami family, if you ask me. Honestly, I knew it didn't. Still, Mariko held her tongue.
こちらの風習を聞い
The
た
whole idea of the oracle has bugged me since I first learned about your customs.
果たして
I
どこ
couldn't
から
stop wondering where she came from and where she went.
しかしそれも種
But
を
the
落と
solution
せ
is
ば簡
quite
単に
simply
思い出した
once you know the trick.
ひな
Girls
がみ家に
born
生まれた
to
娘
the
を
Hinagami family are
どこか
sent
別の場
elsewhere
所
to
へ
be
移
raised
し
as
て
the
巫女
oracle,
として育て
then return when the time is
しかも
right.
こちらへ戻すまだ確認は
Meanwhile,
していま
Shigusa
せんが
Shrine raises the
巫女を
oracles,
育てたのは
though I admit I don't know this for sure yet.
そうして
And the
巫女という
result, a
神聖
holy
な
entity
存在
known
を
as the
作り上げ
oracle who rules over
集落
Hitogata.
を支配する
待ってください。
Just a moment, Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki abruptly chimed in.
今の話が正しいのならば、
If what you saying is true, then Satsuki
遺
was...
体で発見されたさつきさんの血液
The
型は
limbs belonging to Satsuki were blood type
しずるさ
AA,
んとリカさん
meaning
から生まれた可能
she
性が
was
高い
likely Shizuru and Rika's daughter, your older sister, in other words. It was hard to imagine she'd been their younger sister since Ayato and Karen were twins.
そんな。
No, that can't be. Masaki hung his head. Admittedly, I hadn't filled him in on all my latest revelations just yet, but I had to wait for now.
時坂さん
Mr.
とおっしゃい
Tokisaka,
ました
was
ね
it? Mariko turned to me.
なぜあなたは
Why do you persist in unearthing that which is kept in shadow? To what end are you pursuing this matter?
自分は
I'm here to bring an end to these obsessions that have chained the Hinagami family down for far too long.
ひながみ家は
I must protect my
私が
family.
守らねばなりません
Hinagami 家を
Raising
存続
girls
させ
in
るために
cages from birth to continue the
年浜
Hinagami
の子を
family is a
監禁して
practice
育てるの
that
は
is already falling
すでに
far
今
behind
の
the
時代には
times.
そぐわないものとなっているんです。
たとえそうであろう
Even if you speak true, I cannot possibly let the traditions that have been entrusted to us from generations past die out.
それは悪しき伝
The
統です
traditions you speak so reverently of are wicked to the core. And besides, there is a poor victim of your customs somewhere out there who will know no salvation should they continue.
自分は
That is exactly why I wish to find her. The other Satsuki, who was nothing more than a slave to your family's traditions, that is to say.
もう一人のさつき。
Hold on, what do you mean, the other Satsuki? Masaki's head shot right up as soon as he heard
で
that.
すかマリコさん
Let me spell this whole thing out, ma'am.
殺された
The
さつき
Satsuki who was murdered, your granddaughter,
あな
had
た
the
のお孫
blood
さんの
type of
血
A.
液型はしかしもう一人
But there was another Satsuki, one with type AB blood, who got a checkup at the clinic while she lived in Hitogata.
何ですか
What? What are you
それ
saying?
は
Mariko sounded truly shaken for the first time this entire meeting.
あなたがご存じないというのは驚きです
You
ね
mean you didn't know? I must admit, I didn't see that one coming. And here I had thought all of Hitogata's leaders were on the same page. So then, did that mean only a select few of them knew about that body double? But why?
何か心当
Do
た
you
り
have
は
any
ありますか
idea who she could be?
しずるがよそに作ったこの
Perhaps
一
she
人なのでし
the
ょうか
result of yet another one of Shizuru's indiscretions?
しずるさんは
Well,
そうい
he
う
did have a
ことが
pack
多
of
かったようです
illegitimate daughters running around, that's for sure.
祖母によって殺されて
Your
しま
son
った
admitted
桐
to
村
me
由香さんを
that
除き
all of the victims, minus
他
the
の被害者は
mistakenly murdered Yuka
ひながみ家の
Kirimura,
血が
were
入
of
っている
Hinagami
としずる
descent.
さんは認めてくださいましたそう
Speaking of which,
先
when
日
I was
秀臣
last
さ
here,
んに尋
Hideyomi
ねた際
told me
には
that Yuka wasn't
由
qualified
香さんには
to
資格
marry
が
into
な
the
いと言われ
Hinagami
ました
family.
その時は
At first, I saw that
彼
meant
女
she
こそ
couldn't
しずる
because
さん
she
の
was
子で
Shizuru's
だ
daughter.
からこそ嫁
But
がな
it
い
was
と思っ
actually
てい
the
た
other
んです
way around, wasn't it? Indeed, it was because she wasn't a Hinagami by blood. A concept that ran completely contrary to what society deemed acceptable.
なるほどもう一人の
Say, so this other Satsuki might have been one of Shizuru's daughters. If an AA father had an AB child, then the mother had to have been either a BB, BO, or AB. Might be an uphill battle trying to determine the mother.
まさか。
No way. Masaki finally snapped out of the musings he'd been lost in all this
ど
time.
うした
What is it?
もう一人のさつきというのは、
Could this other Satsuki perhaps have been Ayako?
綾子
Ayako? Who's that?
前に言いましたよね。
It was the name carved in the Shigusa Shrine's storehouse from the story I told you, remember? Alright, the one in the chest that concealed the secret basement.
さやさんは以前、
Saya told me that Ayako was Satsuki's true name. Now it all makes
それに納
sense.
得できます。
さつきさんの影武者と
Of
してならば
course, if she was Satsuki's body double, then that would have
一番最適な隠れ場所
been the
だ
most apt hiding place for her.
ケンセイさんに聞けば何かわか
Perhaps
るかもし
Kensei
れません
knows more.
今
Now
な
that
ら
you've
確かに
proved she
彼女が
existed,
存在
you
した
may
と
be
いう
willing
証
to
拠も
tell
ありま
us.
すから。
仕草神社へ
Good
行くか
thinking. Let's pay Shigusa Shrine a visit. I got off the floor and bowed to
お
Mariko.
騒がせして申し訳ありませんでした
I truly am terribly sorry for rocking the boat. However, this will not be the last you see of me. Mariko simply glowered, not dignifying me with with a response.
それでは
If you'll excuse me then. Damn, we're onto something big, I think. I mean, the signs were always there, right? That there was a second Satsuki. But of course, we had more information than Reiji and Ayato did, so of course, it wouldn't have been their first guess to assume that. Although I will say that the assumption, this whole deal about, you know, they knew that that Satsuki was always watching had watched the festival together with Ayato all this time, for all this time, right? So at least that should have made them suspicious, I feel. Especially at Eiji, who always second guesses things. But yeah, anyways. Masaki and I climbed the stairs to Shigusa's shrine as I ran him through the gist of everything I'd figured out recently. And there were really two Satsukis, weren't there? Yeah, the one you met was likely the type AB one. The one who wasn't found murdered. Of course, there's also a chance you met both of them, though. Masaki stopped before the shrine archway. Honestly, couldn't tell you. However, what I can say is the body I found here looked exactly the same as the Satsuki I spent my days with. I noticed no difference at all. Don't beat yourself up over it. This other Satsuki was likely a body double, so she would have been trained to be a perfect copy of her. I gave Masaki a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Then that would make the one who died here my sister, wouldn't it? Sure looks that way. There wasn't even a single trace of any murders around here at this point. Regardless, we clasped our hands in prayer and wished happiness for the two women who had lost their lives here in the next world. Poor Yuka, she had nothing to do with that at all. And she still got murdered. Huh? Yayoi, garbed in a school uniform, was right outside the shrine. What are you guys doing here? Was your father in? We'd like to have a chat with him. Oh yeah, he should be in the office. Yayoi pointed to the new, now familiar one-story building. Sweeping snow, are we? I pointed to a bamboo broom sticking out of a pile of snow, like some modern parody of Caliburn. Yeah, not like anyone's actually gonna come up and see my handiwork, though. Yayoi smiled sardonically. Strange, people used to visit even when it wasn't the festival time back when I was your age. It's the stairs, if you ask me. Practically the whole settlement is old-timers by now, so there ain't exactly many left who can make the climb. Need an escalator or something there. Yeah, and I can't imagine all the snow helps either. I myself had almost tripped several times on the way up. The numbers really dropped once Grandpa passed away. Good thing the Hinagamis consistently make donations for sacred branches, or me and my folks would be living on the streets. Yeah, Shrine was dead in the water without income from their parishioners. Guess I'll make a donation myself then. Thanks, we've got ourselves a donation book just right over yonder. Yeah, remember, I wrote in it last time I was here. I headed to the shrine office. Mia had been manning the desk last time, but it was deserted now. Hold your horses just one sec, I think it's this one. Yayoi picked up the donations ledger. I flipped through the pages to find that my previous donation was the last one that had been made. So no one donated even on New Year's. In that case, the pages would likely stay mostly blank until the festival in March. Curious, I leafed back through the book to learn the Hinagamis had put down a donation for a sacred branch last March. You guys hold the festival every year, right? Yeah, though it's been getting smaller each time. Say, it was bigger before the war, right? Yayoi turned to Masaki. Oh yes, it even had vendor stalls and everything. Lucky, none of that these days. I kept flipping through the ledger as I watched Yayoi pouting out of the corner of my eye. Some odd pages later, I found the pre-war records. The entry from March in the year the war had began showed that the Hinagamis had donated the sacred branch itself, rather than donating money for a sacred branch. I'd seen that one when it came here a few weeks ago too. Meanwhile, they'd put in 1,000 yen donation for a sacred branch in March, the year before that one. That was a smidge over 1,000,000 yen, when adjusted for today's inflation, enough to buy several new cars. It spoke volumes to how affluent Hinagami Pharmaceuticals was, considering the average salary back then was 50 yen a month. What the heck, that really is not a lot. However, it wasn't the size of the donation that was the issue. Looks like your family donated an actual sacred branch in the year the oracle performed. Perhaps that was only natural, considering it was going to be a special festival. What about the time before that, though? When were the last times the oracle showed again? From 1897 to 1903 and 1921 to 1924, I think. The only other time after that should have been in the year the war started. So the early 1920s, huh? Checked the first page, but unfortunately it only went as far back as a monetary donation for a sacred branch from the Hinagamis back in March 1927. Would you mind showing me the older donations ledger? Yayoi, who'd been curiously listening in on our conversation, snapped her head to attention when I called for her. Yeah, we should still have that around somewhere. Why, you want to see donations from March of the first year, the Showa era? No, before that. Besides, there was no March in the first year of Showa. Oh, really? Good, talk about the generation gap. God, I'd only been 3 weeks old when the Showa era began, and even I felt old. Incidentally, the first year of Showa had no March because it started on Christmas Day of 1926. Oh, here, I think I found it. Yayoi whipped out an old donations ledger. This one was from the Taisho era, the relatively short period from 1912 to 1926. I quickly opened it and discovered that the Hinagamis had donated the sacred branch only once, in 1922. So it's not for every year the oracle's around. Indeed, the records revealed the Hinagamis had only donated money for a sacred branch. In the other 3 years, Masaki had said the oracle was active. Do you have any older ledgers? No, we're just a shrine, not an archive. Yayoi shook her head. Then why? What made 1922 so special? Masaki, were there any other years in the newer ledger where your family donated the secret branch? I was checking that myself just now, but none so far as I can see. What year was Keiko Zaizen's murder? 1929, I think. Hold on, are you telling me? It's possible. I heard the curse struck once in 1922. The years of the curse and the sacred branch donations aligned, then the letter had to be some kind of code. One that would clarify the Hinagami family's hand in the former. No donation that year. Masaki sighed. Hinagamis only made a monetary donation for the sacred branch in March of 1929. Must be because the oracle was no longer around. Wait just 1 second. If I'm right, then the oracle back in the 1920s was Rika Hinagami, your mother, and she... Yes, I hear she committed suicide 2 days after the festival in 1929. And it's very likely she was the killer, just as I suspected. It sure seems like it. Masaki scratched his head. I know this is my mother we're talking about, but I remember nothing of her. So I'm not sad or angry or anything. It's fine, that's only natural. But what confuses me is that not only was she no longer Oracle by then, the sacred branch signaling the curse wasn't donated either. I think my birth played a part in that. So that was the reason she'd retired from the role of Oracle then. Had it been the same for Mariko Hinagami when Shizuru was born as well? Oh, hey, I'm not following any of this. Don't worry, you don't have to. It's something best left in the past. Nothing for your generation to worry about. Okay. Anyway, let's just set all this aside. I almost forgot I'm here to make a donation myself. Took out a 100 yen coin and made it out as a donation for a sacred branch in the ledger. What the hey? You can't do that. I'll do what? Give fake money. This is from a board game or something, isn't it? Nah, they were almost only recently issued, those coins. He was all proud talking about it earlier in the game. And he even stood in line for the bank to get some. Yeah, you practically shoved the coin right in my face. No, actually this coin's legit and everything. Just came out last month. You're making fun of me because you think I'm some country bumpkin? Everyone knows 100 yen comes in bills. Masaki, do you have a 100 yen bill? Yes, right here. Masaki produced the very bill I'd requested from his wallet. Trying to pass another fake off on me? Real 100 yen bills of Prince Shotoku on them. Not this beardo. Pretty sure that it changed it to Taisuke Itagaki 4 years ago. Just how far behind the times was this settlement? Yayoi. Kensei emerged from the office right then. Dad, these guys are con artists, trying to bilk us with fake money. My sincerest apologies, it appears my daughter has been giving you quite a hard time. Kensei ignored his daughter and bowed. Oh no, not at all. Oh, wait, so you mean this really is money, Dad? And here I thought you would have seen those for yourself in Tokyo. Kensei sighed. Pleasure to see you again, sir. I was actually hoping we could talk. And it looks to me like you just got done investigating something too. You certainly are committed. Kensei glanced at the donations ledger on the counter. I suppose I don't mind, that said. Let's take this inside. You must be cold out here. Yayoi, leave us be. Oh, sure thing. Right this way, please. Alright, Kensei. What do you gotta say? Eventually, we seated ourselves on some cushions in a room with a wooden floor. I'll cut right to the chase, Kensei. Masaki faced Kensei and looked him dead in the eye. Exactly who is Ayako? Where did you hear that name? I saw it carved in the floorboard in your storehouse after I returned from the war. However, I noticed said floorboard had been replaced when I found the basement sealed up the last time I visited. I believe she was Satsuki's body double. She called that storehouse home, didn't she? Kensei hung his head and sighed. Certainly good at what you do. Yes, too bad it'll bring his crime to light. A real double-edged sword if there ever was one. I pointed to Masaki. Heavens knew how tough all this was on him. Ayato has committed no crime. Kensei? Saya passed away from an illness, exactly like I said. There's no changing that. The statute of limitations hasn't expired on his crime. Unlike the others, he can be tried with the right evidence and accusation. Nothing that could be construed as evidence remains, I assure you. The Criminal Procedure Act states one's guilt can be acknowledged so long as the suspect confesses to the crime. Though that comes with its own can of worms, admittedly.
すでに終わったことです。
It's all in the past. Kensei sounded hell-bent on sticking to the story that Saya's death had been entirely natural.
まあいいでしょう。
Very well then, so be it. If need be, he can always just turn himself in. Though I pray that wouldn't be necessary.
綾子は
Ayako was Saya's daughter. Ooh. Surprisingly admitted that very quickly, huh? Kensei finally caved in.
さやさんが
What, Saya's?
未婚だったは
Would have
ずで
thought she wasn't married.
ええ
And you'd be right. Her role was that of a nanny charged with raising the oracle.
ひながみ家の長女をこち
The
らで
oracle is the
預かり
firstborn daughter of the Hinagamis, raised in secret by the Shigusas. Do I have that right?
そうなりますね。
That you do. Rika's daughter was named Satsuki, while Saya's daughter was named Ayako. Kensei grabbed a piece of paper and wrote Satsuki and Ayako on it.
そして二人をまとめた
Together, the two of them
お客様の
played the
名が
part
サツ
of the guest, known as Satsuki. He wrote Satsuki on the two names,
巫女であるさつきさんと
pronounced the same
同じ音を
as the oracle Satsuki, huh? Which would make them two sides of the same coin. The oracle Satsuki face up, and the body double Ayako face down.
彼女の父親は
My dad was the father,
やは
wasn't
り
he?
親父ですか？
いや
No.
さやさんと
Saya
千
hated
鶴さん
Chizuru.
は仲が悪かったから
Okay. Kensei shook his head. Then who?
私が聞いている限り
Well, from what I've heard, Ayako's father was Hideyomi. Oh. Huh? How? Masaki was utterly speechless.
さやさんは
Saya idolized Rika, fanatically so even. Supposedly the
リカ
former
さん
took
が
care
巫女
of
とし
the
てこちら
latter
にいた頃から
when she was
ずっと
living here as
世
the
話をしていた
oracle.
ようだから
彼女を奪ったしずる
Ah,
さん
hence the grudge against
どうしたん
Chizuru.
でしょうか。
She hated that he took Rika away from her, huh?
そうだったのかもしれ
Perhaps,
ま
at
せん
any rate, Saya slept with
ヒデ
Hideyomi
さんと
and had a daughter, one she named
娘を授か
Ayako.
り
So apparently
リカさん
mirror
から一時をもら
Mirror
って
Ayato,
と名
the
付け
name
なさい
Rika said she would give, oh my god. She would have given Satsuki had she been a boy. That certainly explains why their names are nearly identical. I regarded Masaki for a moment.
しかし随分と
Rather meticulous plan, though, not to
それ
mention
だけ周
risky.
到な計画
Makes
で
me
すから
curious what she would have done
娘が
if
生
she
まれなかった場合
had
は
the
ど
son
うしたの
instead.
か気になりますが
I wondered if their identical upbringing was the reason no one could tell them apart. They'd also probably been born right around the same time. Meaning Saya must have gone ahead with her plan before Rika even got pregnant.
影武者として育てるよう考えたのは
It was my mother-in-law who supposedly came up with the idea to raise Ayako as Satsuki's body double. From what I hear, she once did a similar thing long ago. That's kind of bizarre, wouldn't you say? You have intercourse with a super old guy just so you can have a daughter who looks like the person you obsess over. But, you know, this village, it's special, so... Well, anyway, guess it stood to reason that it was the sister of the former oracle who would devise such a scheme.
でもそれならばどうしても
Hold
消せない
on,
ことがありま
there's
す
something that doesn't add up. If what you say is true, then why was it Ayako that didn't take over as the oracle after Satsuki died? That was something I'd been pondering myself.
それはできませんでした
Because she couldn't. Kensei shook his head.
どうしても影武者として彼女が
Sounds like
使えなか
there
った
must have been a
理
really
由があ
good
るようです
reason considering that was literally what she was raised for. And I could wager a guess of my own. Okay. So my real answer would probably... Well, she could have disappeared. We don't know about that, actually. Or she wasn't qualified to be the oracle. I would pick one of those two, probably. Let me see what the guide says, what we're supposed to pick here. Ayako died too, it says. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think that's the case, honestly. But there would be some sort of, you know, proof that she died, I guess, by now. But anyways, let me guess, Ayako died too? I'm not sure. Perhaps she did. Kensei stumbled over his words. Did that mean Ayako was alive, but he didn't know where she was? That would explain why the police never found her during their investigation into Satsuki's death, after all. Also, Ayato here told me that Saya denied murdering Satsuki. If that's true, then I think I have a good idea what happened. Probably that, right? Yeah, the guide agrees too. Ayako murdered Satsuki and went on the lam, do I have that correct? Kensei made no attempt to answer. Given that her entire existence was a secret, Ayako is just about the only plausible candidate for Satsuki's murder. Since the investigation back then couldn't have possibly turned up anything about her. All the Shigusas were with Inspector Inui at the Hinagami house the night of the murder, if I recall, which was why the police determined none of them could have committed the crime. Right, which means the culprit could have been someone still at the shrine. As for the rest, Saya severed Satsuki's limbs and hung her body at the shrine gate, just like she said. For now, let's leave aside why she did any of that and figure out where Ayako went afterwards. Now, I'll need you to explain this part, Kensei. I turned the conversation back over to Kensei. She hid inside that chest in the storehouse. Kensei finally came clean. Mean she was in the basement? No, apparently she just opened the chest and literally hid inside it. She said it was from there that she witnessed Saya dismember Satsuki's body. Oh. God damn, so she had to watch her own look-alike get hacked up from start to finish? Didn't take long for all the hell to break loose, which is when I decided to sneak Ayako out of the settlement. After all, there was no way the police wouldn't be getting involved, and Inspector Inui was already present. So you admit Ayako murdered Satsuki? Well, even she wasn't sure, apparently. All she said was that Satsuki tried to absorb her. What? Absorb? You think she meant Satsuki tried to kill her? If that was true, then maybe an argument for a legitimate self-defense could be made. Can you tell me something in confidence? What would that be? Did you do all this because you wanted to protect Ayako or protect Hitogata's traditions? I simply wish to protect my family's future. Kensei admitted the truth with a sigh. That's why he tried to make it look like Ayako's murder of Satsuki and Ayato's murder of Saya never happened. I suppose it was. I have no excuses to make. Is that also why you sealed away the storehouse's basement? Yes, the place was a nest for Saya's delusions. She idolized Rika to such a degree that she even dug up her grave. Thus I felt it necessary to never let it see the light of day again. That was a shame, since part of me wished we could dig it up and put all the pieces of her body back where they belonged. Maybe it's best it stays that way. But I didn't want to literally dredge up Saya's obsession now that it'd been buried. After all, it was Masaki who would suffer the most in the end for it. Was it the Kuroya clinic that claimed Saya died of illness? Personally, I believe my father-in-law and Hideyomi must have been the ones who made that decision. Though I don't know if it was So or Yuzuru who examined the body. No turning down a request from Hitogata's bigwigs, huh? Would you please arrest me, Mr. Tokisaka? I'm not with the police. I interrupted Kensei. You're welcome to go turn yourself in if you want. However, the statute of limitations for concealing a criminal and destroying evidence is 3 years, so your crimes can't be tried anymore. I wonder, this must have changed over the years, surely, that murders can't be tried anymore. I mean, this wasn't, in that case, a murder, but, you know, still. They probably figured leaving all this behind was the best he could do to spite them. But even if the truth does come to light, it will never go to trial. In other words, the murderer could never be judged for their crimes. I don't care. Still, like something like a statute of limitations is not a thing when it comes to murders, but, yeah, you know, I don't know why they said that. And besides, they make exceptions for when that's done to protect family. And you mean, if you ask me, I think it's enough if you regret what you did and tell us the truth about where Ayako is now. We'd finally loop back to the reason I'd come here in the first place. Unfortunately, while I managed to get her to Tokyo with the help of an acquaintance, I have no idea what became of her afterward. What with the war and all. Fortunate indeed, but it all added up. Who was this acquaintance of yours? A peddler who frequented the settlement. He was a good friend who could keep a secret. But he was lost to the air raids. Oh, okay. For a second I thought it might have been Keigo Utsugi there, because he visited Hitogata frequently, right? So then there's no way of telling where she is now. Sorry. Kensei shook his head. My heart sank at this revelation. Part of me holding out hope he was just lying. Suddenly the door opened. Dad! What's with all the racket, Yayoi? I saw that told you not to interrupt us. Well, we just got a call from the Hinagamis. Apparently the patriarch's regained consciousness. He has? Masaki jolted to his feet. Yes. They said they wanted everyone over. The three of us all looked at each other. Have to go now. Yeah, no time to lose. Though none of us said it, I could tell we were all thinking the same thing. Hideo Hinagami's final moments had arrived at last. Yeah. You know, I would continue for a little bit, but the last couple of days, around this time, I always had problems with my internet connection. So, let's... I don't know why. It has been consistently for the last couple of days, always around 3:30. So in 20 minutes from now. I don't necessarily know if it's gonna happen again today, but I don't want to, you know, get interrupted during an important scene. So let's just end on a cliffhanger for today, and we're gonna watch Hideyomi's last moments tomorrow. Yeah, that was interesting. We definitely got a lot out of this session today. As a matter of fact, it's gonna be difficult, I think, to even... It's gonna be difficult to even recap everything tomorrow, but I'll try my best. Oh yeah, no problem. I enjoy doing this, you know, even if visual novel streams are usually not the most popular ones, but I wanted to play this game anyways, so, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it anyways on stream. Yeah, so anyways, thanks again for stopping by. Until next time, have a good one, and take it easy. Bye-bye.